100 years have passed since the rise of the Edoran Empire, and its untimely demise following the Great Plague. In these troubled times of quarreling factions and outlaws roaming the land, work is not scarce for a band of mercenaries. The stories of this age have been recorded. They are known as the Wartales.
Ha! I unmuted my mic. I'm not falling for that old song and dance again. I almost started talking with no sound. How's everybody doing? Hello, Chris Plays Games. First here. How you doing, man? Your honorary first comment. Not honorary, real. Honorary. I don't know. I'm bad with words. This has been a tough week for me. Brain power wise. Not that anything particularly bad's happened. I just been very brain drained all week long. And hello Madros, and hello Nick C. How we all doing? All right, hold on. I didn't even realize I hadn't updated my stream to reflect that I'm actually playing Wartales is my plan today. I just haven't gotten. I need to get a haircut, and then the hat's probably going away. Or at least it's not going to be featured quite as prominently. But once I'm past a certain point in the need a haircut cycle, my hair just, well here. It just kind of like, it's flattened a little bit because I've been wearing a hat, but it just kind of goes everywhere. And this whole part starts going out like this. And just starts sticking out all over the place. So, yeah. So putting the hat on, actually the only reason my hair isn't going like this is because I'm wearing the hat. And hey, Ethan. Oh, hello, Jess. Say hello to Jess for me. Unless she's watching, in which case, hi, Jess. Let's see. All right. So we got Nick. We got Ethan. That's all we need is Brad and Joss, and we got most of our D&D group except for my wife, who never comes to my regular streams. Never comes to any of my streams. She just occasionally stars in one of them, apparently, these days. I get a hat with a flip top? Well, see, I'd have to look really hard because this hat was specifically designed for large heads. I've had many hats over the years that never quite fit right, so I didn't wear them because of my apparently abnormally large head. So I don't know if getting the spinny hat, if you need to go to a special manufacturer to get a custom large head spinny hat. But then what if Google thinks I'm trying to represent them? Wasn't the spinny hat like you couldn't wear certain spinny hats because Google would think it meant you were speaking, that you were speaking on their behalf? I remember there's some controversy with the spinny hat. Right. Well, she was in my Portal 2 co-op. I think that's the last time she showed up on my channel, except for occasionally when she knocks on my door when I'm streaming, I'll be like, hey, blah, 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 blah. And then like, okay, bye. Oh, you did? Nick, you ended up getting Baldur's Gate 3? I'm assuming that means you've been playing it. What do you think of it so far? Is it more than just, Divinity Original Sin 2 with the Baldur's Gate skin layer of paint. They can't, that's right, they can't fire me. Well, I guess you could say I don't work for them, but I mean, they do send me a 1099 every year. Like, here's the, I don't know, I haven't looked at the one they sent me for last year, but it's probably somewhere in the neighborhood of, you know, like, here's your $105 for 2021. So they could terminate my contractual relationship if they thought I was misrepresenting them, bringing them down. Although I guess probably all sorts of YouTubers talk absolute trash about Google, and it's not a big deal. So yeah, here we are, Thursday night. Let me see. I realized after I started the stream that I had not finished setting up the stream. So I'm going to get back into my editor. Did I designate a game? Will it let me designate a game? I'm not seeing that it's oh, there, yeah, it is. Wartales. Hey, Wartales 2022. That's what we're playing tonight. Now I'm curious, if I look at my channel, what does it say? It does actually say Wartales now. Good. Unfortunately, anyone looking at Discord, they're going to think this is just a general stream, but I wanted to make absolutely certain to clarify that tonight is a Wartales stream. You like it better than Divinity? It's quite similar, but like a 5e skin. Turns are streamlined, conversations are more fun since you get a good look at the characters. I think we talked about my concern, and who was it? Brad was watching some gameplay and said it didn't. You know, the reason I don't like Divinity Original Sin 2 is they've leaned in way heavy on the environmental puzzle aspect of combat. There's the oil barrel and the poison barrel and the water barrel and all the different barrels, and you shoot an arrow at the barrel and it spreads all over a certain area, and then you shoot, if fire gets where the oil is, it explodes. All that stuff. So to the point where I'm just like, I don't want to play that combat. But was it Brad that said it doesn't look like it's quite that heavy on the environmental puzzle aspect of combat, which is traditionally not something I look for in role-playing game combat, let alone having it be sort of like the central part of it. And speaking of Brad, there he is. Mr. Brad, how you doing, man? How you doing, pal? It's certifiable Brad. Internet celebrity Brad Pritchard, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first year since 2016 you didn't get a 1099. I'm pretty sure I have a pile of stuff. I haven't done my taxes yet. I'm at an age now where I don't look forward to my taxes. Well, for many years, I ended up owing taxes because I was self-employed. And then, for some reason, since I've been employed, between my wife and myself, somehow or my companies haven't deducted enough out of our paychecks so that every year we've ended up owing like $1,000 in taxes after everything's been like evened out. So yeah, we're in no rush. I remember before when I made less money, every year it was like, ooh, it's tax time, and you do your tax return and I'd get money back. But that hasn't happened to me for probably 15 years. So I'm not in no rush to do my taxes. We'll just say. So that's why I'm like, I don't know what I got from Google. I haven't looked at it yet. I just know it wasn't a lot. And at this point, Google is my only 1099 source of income. I don't do any law practice on the side at all. I haven't done any law practice on the side at all for several years now. You owed $300 this year? Yeah, my wife gets really mad. It doesn't bother me that much because we have, we've had enough that we have money in savings and stuff. So it's not like that's going to mess us up at this point. A few years ago, a surprise $500 in taxes would have, like, just before we moved here, before I started the job I have now, that kind of owing taxes, like if it were a surprise, would be absolutely like a problem. That would mess up our finances for that month. Okay, you know what? I think maybe I need to mess with my deductions and stuff, because I think I put like the thing for the normal thing that they advise you to put for if you're married, no kids. I think you do one exemption for that, and for yourself or something. I don't know. And then or you can do 0, and I think I should do 0, just because my wife gets all bent out of shape. The way I figure it, honestly, is like, yeah, they just didn't take enough out during the year, so it's like, it's not like whatever we're paying now should have been our money to begin with. And as long as it doesn't mess up our ability to pay bills from, like, if we can't afford to pay it at tax time, then it's a problem. Yeah, explain all the unilateral contracts. Well, that's a self-service, Brad. I'm my own client in that respect, so I don't bill. I just enforce the contracts for my own interests. So what? Okay, we got D&D Saturday in 2 days, 5 p.m. ish Pacific Standard Time. That's the big announcement that I put on my channel last night. And we're really, really hoping. Remember how my camera's getting all whacked out and I was freaking out last week? I'm really hoping that I've made it so that's not going to happen, because I would hate for that to happen during D&D. If my camera wigs out during a regular stream, I'm fine to turn it off, but I feel like if I have to turn it off during a D&D stream, it's going to screw it up. It's going to make it not as good. You can't take into account the other person's income. Okay. You got an interest-free loan from the government for a year. Not bad. Okay, that's an interesting way of looking at it. Exemptions is one way. Oh, right. You can just designate for them to hold a certain amount. Like, just say, hold this much extra per month. Right. Did you get carried away by the dramatic music, Brad? For those of you that haven't seen my D&D Session 2 announcement, I feel I really, for all the people out there that love watching announcement videos, this is going to be something special for them. I know there's a huge, Chris, you probably know more about this. So a lot of people on YouTube get really excited to watch 30-second videos announcing other videos that are coming later. Huge, huge hype for those things. The production values were extraordinary. So, well, what I did actually put some effort into that, and it took me some time to put that together, but I mean, as simple as it is for, I'm relatively speaking just an amateur at video editing, but the idea is I got it set up so that now all I got to do is go into the same video editor, like save the configuration of that video, and just change the date and the time and the session number, and I can reuse that video template over and over again. So I actually did put, I don't know if it looks like I put a lot of time into it, but I did put a lot of time into it. I mean, a lot of time in this, maybe like 3 hours, not a lot of times where I spent like a week doing it or anything. Oh, Brad, are you an announcement lover? Let's see. Did I say hi to Evie? Hi, Evie23. I read your comment about the 300 in taxes, but I don't think I actually said hi, Evie. Let me see. Now I'm curious. Do I have my... Oh, this is the wrong thing. No, I don't need the baseball in the background. I'm gonna show my D&D trailer for people that didn't see it, if I could find it. I have such a messy tangle of videos. There it is. Yeah, look at that. That is some premium editing right there. And there's hot sauces for one. You get extra special bonus when you see it live, because then you get all my Hot Ones season 17 hot sauce lineup that I've been enjoying. In fact, I've got Los Calientes right here. Needs more dice rolling and stock footage and a good clip. Yeah, there's probably, I could probably put a lot more time into making it better. 45 seconds of gameplay. No, not wrong thing. Let's go back here. So, they're so lost. Well, how do you know you're not already in them, Brad? You did go into a cave. Maybe those are maybe you found them already, Brad. But the thing is about having a clip from the last session is, visually speaking, the clip, visually speaking, all that the stream is me sitting in the corner like this talking, while 4 pictures light up. And then there's a map behind me. So I guess we could do a slow motion of me talk if we're just going visual. And maybe like, as we've done more things, I can cut together an audio clip of like crazy little like someone saying something goofy, or Brad. Maybe I could get some clips of Brad talking about making things, using his magic to make certain things taste like certain other things for comedic effect. Oh, season? Yeah, I'm trying to... I don't want to call them episodes. But yeah, so that's my big thing this week, is for the last couple weeks, I've been having trouble with my camera, and I'm already looking... Am I fucking out of sync? Am I out of sync already? OBS looks like I'm out of sync. Because it gets to where, when I've been streaming for more... I wanted today to be kind of a test. That's why I'm obsessing over it a little bit, because I don't know why it's doing that. Is it? Am I out of sync? Because sometimes I don't know if there's a slight delay in OBS. Okay, because it looks to me like I'm about a half second off in OBS. All right, I'm going to leave it alone, but it gets to where I'm like literally 2 seconds behind. Like the video is 2 seconds behind the audio. And at first I thought it was happening while I was streaming Elden Ring, and I thought it was because of that. And then I thought it was because I had the camera feed coming in multiple directions, so like multiple feeds at once, and I thought maybe OBS was having trouble keeping up with that. Oh, you've had trouble with your camera too? Maybe, yeah, it could be. It's an OBS update. All I know is if I do a 4-hour D&D stream, and I'm not going to be paying a whole lot of attention, and if 3 out of the 4 hours is me talking all laggy, 2, 3, 4 seconds behind vocals, that's going to be like for anyone who actually wants to watch that later. It's going to be distracting as hell. It's just going to, I don't know. I'm preemptively embarrassed. Okay, I'm saying it could just be that I have a very slight delay in my OBS, in my actual OBS playback. but I'm not used to that being a thing. So I'm watching you, OBS. Watching you. I almost considered playing Battle Brothers again, Brad. And you know why? Because I've still been playing Wartales. I haven't been playing a lot of games this week, but when I have been playing games, I've been playing Wartales. And I've been enjoying Wartales. But I started already butting up against, because Wartales is in early access. I started butting up against some of the limitations of early access. So for example, I probably only explored a third of the areas that you can explore, but I'm already pushing up against level cap. Like for some reason, all my guys, they're not going above 4th level. But I've still been playing it and still been wanting to play it. So I was going to stream it tonight anyways. But earlier today, because I haven't played it in a couple days, earlier today I looked on the Steam page for it, and they just had a massive update yesterday. The Elden Scrolls. Joss doesn't like my Elden Scrolls joke. Anyways, so yeah, there's a huge update. So they've raised the level cap. It was 5. They've raised it to 9. They've revamped a bunch of the leveling features. So, and then I think they've introduced the whole different. There were 3 regions, and they've introduced a 4th region. So that made me all excited when I read that. I was on break at work, so I wasn't didn't have time to look at it or anything. But I read the update notes, and I got all hyped. And decided I was going to start a new game. I was going to start a new game today. Well, when I started, the reason I was looking at Battle Brothers again is when I felt like I was running out of, I was hitting the early development wall, where you start hitting the edges of oh, they need to develop past 5th level, and if I can't go past 5th level, that sort of limits my motivation for continuing to explore. But the reason I want to start over is because I was reading some of the community comments, and they were saying there are problems because all my characters are level 4. I think they're supposed to be level 5, but they kept saying they were leveling, but it never went to level 4, or never went to level 5. They're all level 4. And but the community said that the classes now have, at certain levels, they have specialization decisions that are new now. And if the characters are past that level, if you used an old save, they don't make those, it kind of breaks them. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to start over again. Then we'll go to Region 4. But when I felt like I was running out of content, that made me think about Battle Brothers again. And I was like, I want to play Battle Brothers. I mean, honestly, the reason I get turned off from Battle Brothers is it's a lot harder, and it's a lot more unforgiving. And it's the random nature of how you can get screwed up in that game is a little more out of your hands. You have a little less control over the RNG. So let's get our stuff where it belongs. I've got my pre-game layout where I put everything, and then I have my game. There we go. Now all my non-game stuff is over there, including the chat. The problem is that it stinks. You don't think if it had better graphics, maybe certain people would think it stunk less? All right.
45 seconds of gameplay.
It stinks. The problem with Battle Brothers is that it stinks. Jeez, everything just went. Why did all my windows just shift? Is this thing in the wrong resolution? That's just borderless. All should be well. Alright, hold on. Well, that's the main difference between like Battle Brothers and this game. One of the main differences is, all right, can I get out of this damn thing? One of the main differences is just its graphical presentation. Gameplay wise, there are a lot of similarities. I guess world design and everything. It's all because this game is a 3D world. It's designed a bit different though too. I think the world's more interesting than this. But this world is handcrafted. Bad Brothers is procedurally generated each time. All right, we're gonna do new game. I don't have, the only cashews I have are the ones that I give Chauncey, which I don't tell her, but I think I mentioned this before. We got some from like this bargain store, and they got all these black spots all over them, which I've done research and determined I don't think they can hurt me, but because they also don't taste right. I don't think they can hurt me, but it's supposed to be signs of something like that went wrong. It could either be worms or some other damage that happened while it was still in the tree. In any event, it makes me not want to eat them at all. And I did have another bag of cashews, but I finished them already. So you're out of luck, Brad. And also, Joss is here. Why would I do that to him? You know how I feel like I put him through enough cashews. I think his tolerance is done. All right, so we're gonna do a new game. Choose your destiny. I'm gonna say, yeah, apprentice friends looking for adventure. Still like that. Your companions are used to long walks, cutting fighters, resilient, critical damage, experience gained for professions. I like quick learners. Oh, I found leveling professions was a kind of a bottleneck. So I like to think that we're friends, apprentice friends, so we're we're coming out of some sort of like profession training, and we're quick learners, right, Nick? Brad, quick learners. If we had a flaw, it would be, I don't want to, okay, eternal dissatisfaction. No, I mean, that's just Brad. I think everyone else is relatively easy to please. Critical, uncommon bout of bad luck, hard time getting up, or serious lack of self-confidence. So honestly, I realized I don't like danger. Originally I had a hard time getting up, but as I played, I discovered I don't like the danger level during rust being increased by 10%. Because in normal circumstances, you can camp with 0% danger. Which means if you time your camping right, you'll never get ambushed in the middle of the night. Whereas if you have this, you will get ambushed camping. It's just a question of when. I may have eventually made you cook. There's some politics I discovered with like which professions you should start with and which ones you should hold off till later. Let's see. We'll do serious lack of self-confidence. I think that works, right, guys? Okay. I think the fact that I have such a hard time deciding which one to do means it's like, wow, oh my God, what's my flaw? Is my camera gonna bust? What's gonna happen? It's like, okay, that's self-confidence. There we go. Camping with 0% danger is for cowards? I guess if not getting ambushed while I'm camping not wanting to get ambushed while I'm camping makes me a coward, then I am a coward. All right, this we're gonna keep the same. The only thing is, free exploration is the default mode, and I'm turning it off, turning it to region lock. So when the game first launched, there was no option there, and by default, the game does level scaling, which I'm not a huge fan of level scaling. I prefer regions to have their own difficulties and not to be like, hey, wherever you go, everything's just as coincidentally just as hard to fight. You know, every fight is wherever you go is just you. They're all the level even match with you. It's like, no, I'm in a noob area and I want to have struggle to fight them. But then once I get strong, if I'm traveling back through the noob area, I want to be able to kick ass if they try and come after me. Those same little bandit bands and shit, the wolves, They don't get... Those wolves are staying the same. So, oh yeah, like self-confidence. Yeah, lack self-confidence. Sure, I could say, especially when you're going out and trying new things, being an adventurer, you'd be like a little trepidatious, you know. All right, so we're going region locked. Okay, so one other thing I discovered is once you're in the game and you get, because you can get additional mercenaries and you can rename them, but you can't customize their appearance. So you happen to know a game where I struggled to fight? What are we talking about? Elden Ring? Sure, kick a man while he's down. Yeah, it's true. I stopped playing Elden Ring because I was tired of it being... I'm tired of the overtly white-knuckle challenging combat. Actually, I'm not good at fighting. Like, if it's real-time action fighting, I'm really not good at that in any game. Okay, seriously. Am I out of sync? It looks like I'm out of sync. This is going to be a problem. Alright, hold on. I can nip this in the bud right now. At least I can... I don't have to use this... I don't have to use this camera source here, but I will... In order to run D&D, I'm going to have to use my Logitech capture. Because it's the only way I can do cam on both Discord and... It's the only way I can split my camera to do different applications. I can't do that with my raw camera. All right. Let's turn this off for a sec. All right. Whatever. Maybe this will work a little bit better. Yeah, why? I feel like I look like beet red in this. Okay, it's time to kill. Why is this like oversaturated or something? All right. And we're just going to leave this alone. Go away. There we go. Yeah, damn, Ja. What have you been re-watching my old Elden Ring streams? You seem like you're just experiencing me sucking at Elden Ring right now. I haven't played Elden Ring for 2 weeks, man. That's old news. Me sucking at Elden Ring, old news. That's so 2 weeks ago. Sunburn edition. Yeah, exactly. So, and Ryler D, sorry for the 6 months absence. You got married, bought a house, and moved states. Oh my God, dude, congratulations. That's a lot of stuff to happen in 6 months. Oh, okay. Well, I think the thing, Brad, the reason you didn't like mounted combat was because of the poor and choppy frame rate when I did it using a keyboard and mouse on my computer, right? You missed all but my first Elden Ring? Well, I guess then you're not missing any of that. Now I'm paranoid. Is just camera in general gonna lag? We'll find out. If it's like this, then maybe for the next stream for D&D, I might just have a glowing picture of my damn self instead of the camera. OBS needs to sort out their shit. Not being able to keep cameras in sync, that's a big problem. And considering it's used by streamers, like millions of streamers. It's a pretty basic function to get wrong. Okay. So, we've got the brute. We've got the swordsman. The brute I've discovered later it can be a tank, but it ends up working better as an area of effect. And the swordsman ends up working better as a tank. But they can both be tailored to be either role. But the brute's more the damage dealer. Yeah, swordsman works better if you try to. They start this guy with a two-handed weapon, which is a little bit disappointing. Use my lawyer speak to send them a strongly worded letter expressing my disappointment and frustration. Well, but at the same time, I will also be using my complete, not technical savvy, having no idea how any of this, the coding works for this, to even know if it's really OBS's fault. All I know is I've been having issues, and one other dude said he had different issues with his camera on OBS. And I put those together, and all of a sudden I'm starting a rage campaign against OBS. I just know I'm not happy about it. All right, rangers are basically like rogues. And archers, pretty self-explanatory, archers. Thanks for current religions, admittedly been high on Elden Ring. Wartales is a little bit like, it's a little bit like medieval XCOM. Yeah, where it's an open map and you have I don't know if you've heard of Battle Brothers. Some people have brought that up. That game's been around for a while. It's a lot like the theme of Battle Brothers, except Battle Brothers has really crappy 2D graphics, and this has very nice 3D graphics. And it's just a much better presentation. Or, what's the other one? Mountain Blade. It's a little bit like Mountain Blade, except Mountain Blade, you actually build up armies with sometimes hundreds of people. And in this, you're really looking at a small band of, I don't know, 6 to 10 people. I've heard of some people doing upwards of maybe up to 12 people. Problem is, the more you hire, the more you've got to pay, and the more food you have to provide them each week or every few days. So it's not a game where you're supposed to be building armies. You're supposed to be a smallish band that takes jobs. And there ended up being a lot more story than I thought there was going to be. I thought it was just going to be really bare bones, generic mission after generic mission with no overarching story. But what I did find is there is at least, I think each region does have its own story. And the starting region, the whole story has to do with there's a war at some place not too nearby, but nearby-ish, where refugees are fleeing away from the war from this certain region. And the people in this county are very resentful of the war refugees suddenly showing up. And so they're not accepting them. They're not letting them into their communities. And so the refugees have started resorting to banditry and theft and that sort of thing. And so the story is, you have actually certain decisions you have to make of which side you're going to side with, or if you're going to help. It'll just be some of them at some abandoned place out in the middle of nowhere, but some local town is no, he can't be in that old abandoned fortress. The refugees aren't allowed. And you have to be well, maybe you're gonna help them get foothold into this, maybe set up a little village around this abandoned area or not. Archers install arches. That makes sense. All right, so just like XCOM. Now again, I'm not gonna do the whole spin the wheel thing. That's too much. I have 4 people and a horse. And these 4 people, this is the only chance we're gonna get to customize what people look like. So we're gonna start with the brute. If anyone wants to be the brute, type brute. And I'll make you the brute. That's what we're doing instead of the wheel. It's how fast can you type or tap in your phone. I know, it's Matus out here. Hey, Matus. In my old game, I did end up getting some extra ponies. And I did name one of the ponies Matus. You want to be a horse, Brad? All right, why don't we do it this way? We have a brute, sword, ranger, archer. If anyone has a preference for what they're going to be, put it in, and the first person that says what they want to be, I'll make them that. And if no one says anything, I'm just going to start assigning things. I probably just started assigning things based on what I had before. And I might just, because what I had in my last game, I ended up starting over after my last stream. So I ended up doing some changes. Let me see. EV23 was the brute. Joss was the swordsman. Nick was the archer. And Brad was the rogue. And then Matus was the pony. Brad will be the pony this time? And actually, Nick, I know you usually like playing in games. You like playing female characters. So you want me to keep this one a lady? You want me to give her? I could give her some longer hair. If you like your ladies to. There, that's still kind of rugged. Let's see, is there any less sour faces? That's nice. That's kind of it's not exactly like a model style face, but it's also, it's a little hard, it's a little rough without being like, I don't know, like angry old lady. All right, so that'll be Nick. Oh, Nikki C? All right. We can do that. And then because of the C, everyone will know. Everyone will know who it really is. And, all right. This will be EV23. And I guess we'll make the ranger can be Madros this time, since Madros is one of the first ones here, and he's still here, so it makes sense to put him in the band. And I'll get more people as time goes on. I don't know how many people I'll get during the actual stream though. All right. Let's see, what other hairs? Here, we'll give the brute, they'll have kind of like the shaved sides, long hair. And that'll be EV23. Thought I already changed the name. All right, EV23, Nikki C, Joss. Was the swordsman. And I think I had like a young man's face that I liked for Joss. This one? Did they add more faces? Actually, I think I like this one. It's pretty good. Oh, and he's got first aid this time. That's nice. All right. And then finally, Madros. Hey, Madros, what do you want your guy to look like? You care? Let's see, you're going to be the rogue. I like that. I like that for the rogue. That kind of hair. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Do I have a different hair color? Should be long red hair. Okay. I think this is that red? I think that's as red as it gets. And let me see if there's a longer hair. Oh, there's that. Oh, I want to say this one, I want to say is long hair altogether. It's just tight around the sides. Okay. I wish I could turn it here. That's a little bit weird. During character design, you can't turn the characters. But I think that looks kind of badass. All right. So we got EV23 the Brute, Joss Sadai the Swordsman, Madros the Ranger, Nikki C the Archer, and Brad Pritchard the Pony. We begin our adventure. Your companions are off in search of adventure. After a few days of quietly traveling along, their only feat was not getting lost, and they have reached their destination. Here, surely, awaits some novel and exciting quest that will stir up the uneventful lives of bored apprentices. Adventure awaits at the end of the road for those who make it there alive, that is. All right. So let's see. So I guess there's really not. I got 5 medicines, 15 raw materials. We have 3 days worth of food and 100 gold. Do you need some? Do you need some dewormer? Does the pony need some dewormer bread? Oh, hold on. I think I turned the volume on this way down because I was watching it. I was watching it while I was streaming, or watching. I was playing while I was watching streams and videos. Is the volume still really low on game? I may need to turn up some of the individual sliders. I don't know why sound is such like a bane of my existence. I've been streaming for 6 years. I still haven't figured out how to get sound balance in real time. All right, so that guy's gonna go first, then that guy, and then the last one. So let's see if we can. Who do we want to go in? Joss. Joss has an area of attack, an area of effect attack. Madros does extra damage if he can get in behind. Let's see if we can orchestrate this. Madros will not be able to get behind nothing. Nope. How about this? Where can he get? Oh, hold on. No, Madros can't get behind this guy. So this. All right, though, the poacher, though. They're weaker when they're engaged. because then they can't use their bow. I really would like to be able to let Madros to get 2 people on this, but I'm thinking maybe it's just not in the cards. How much damage does he do? Nope, I'm not going to be able to get Madros. It is 45 seconds of gameplay. Okay, the volume on game is fine. Was that after I made the adjustments or before? Yeah, that's basically how I describe. I mean, it's a lot different than XCOM, but if I were to describe it in a super boiled down nutshell, it's medieval XCOM. Nikki C. All right, now I think I liked what I was doing. Do this. We're gonna just let that guy have a thing, and then Madros. So, whenever you have a turn, this order battle down here only designates when your team is going to act, and you can decide which of your team members does act. So it's about figuring out how different characters can work together, but the bad guys do act in a very specific order. So it's also a matter of trying to figure out what you can do with the moves that you have to maybe take somebody out before they have a chance to act, or to minimize the damage they can do when they do act. I've heard different people use different genres. I got in a I didn't mean it to be, but I got into like a heated, prolonged debate with Mike EL the gamer, who would only accept XCOM being designated as a tactical RPG. So I was like, that's fine. But well, the overworld is real-time strategy, but the combat is not. Definitely not. All right, so because Madros can benefit from backstabbing, I want to get this guy Joss in there to engage, which will lock someone in position. And then, because otherwise, if Madros runs up to somebody from any direction, the person's just going to turn to face him. But if they're already engaged, that'll give him a chance to run behind them and do get his backstabbing bonus. So, wait, but is he going to engage because he cleaves? Now I don't know. All right, well, let's see. Because he's cleaving, he's doing an area of effect attack. That's why I think these guys are better as... Wait, where's Evie? Oh, that is Evie. Oh, son of a bitch. Okay. For some reason, I thought this was a bad guy. I'm all like setting up to attack Evie. Madros. Ooh, okay. No, I like this better. So now Joss can go in. I don't know if he's going to engage. You know what? Since I'm not sure he can even engage, I'm going to send Evie in for this. All right, that's about the same. And then we'll move Nick up to here. Evie, you're the brute. All right, go get him. Oh, come on. Evie, you're gonna pound the poacher. Yeah, now the poacher is engaged. You know, the weird thing is the horses all have stats that include combat attacks. But as far as I know, there's no way to include them in combat. Maybe... I have been ambushed camping before. I'm trying to think. I don't think the horse was present in the camp combat either. So maybe that's something that hasn't been implemented yet. Horse combat. Like actual horse participating in combat. All right. Now let's get Maedros to get that backstab in. Oh, we need to finish Evie's turn. Oh. He's still up. You'll make pony shanks? Let's see, because he can't use his bow, all he can do is punch Evie, so that worked out. And let's see. So so it's got to be these two to act. Joss is not going to be able to take this person down by himself, and I don't think Nikki will either. 4 to 7 damage. So I'm almost thinking maybe Nikki finishes off the poacher. Oh, it's a 19% chance of hitting Evie. No, that's not worth it. Okay, no, we'll go for this. And Joss can move in with his two-handed sword. Oh, he is engaged. Sometimes it seems like when I use area of effect attacks, they don't end up considered engaged in combat. Because the area of effect is not by definition, at least by the game's definition, itself considered to be singling in on a single target. Oh yeah, well, that's just to show that. That's just a way of knowing who's engaged. Because it matters what pairings are actually engaged with each other. Any one unit can only be engaged with any one other unit, and when they're engaged, they're locked in. All right. Ouch! He took out all of. Uh-oh, is the game crashing? Almost thought the game was going to crash there. All right, let's get. Can we get Nikki in here and just get a real. There we go. Oh no, but now can I get Maedros? Okay, Nikki needs to move out of the way. Now let's get Maedros in with that backstab on the other guy. Nope. Nice. See, sandstone. That's new. And a new hunter's bow. Holy crap, that's good loot. And for now, I'm going to save. The raw materials are pricey compared to having the blacksmith in town repair your stuff. And given that I happen to know you start off pretty close to town, I'm not going to do any repairs. Let's grab that. Although, now that I'm thinking about it, let's see if I'm pretty sure this is a better bow. Finish a shot. 4 to 7 damage. 4 to 7 damage and knocks the enemy back. That can be useful, but the problem is you're gonna knock if you need someone to be out of. If people are engaged in combat and you want to remove them from being engaged, forcing them to, like, doing something that pushes them away will disengage them. Let me see. Can I eat the sandstone? Nope. Sorry, Brad, I tried. But you know how you can have them eat the sandstone is by using the power of your imagination. As we've discussed with the eating of many other things, that the game designers don't have any foresight in all the various things that certain people may want to see eaten during a stream. A skill for D&D players, that's true. Imagining things. But I feel really bad for Brad because just about every game that I play, he wants to see things being eaten in the game. That the devs, just due to lack of foresight and imagination, just never thought to add an eating mechanic to, such as blocks of sandstone. Ponies love sandstone. It's just science, right? Of course. All right. So, and I think it's this guy offers you sort of a quest thing. He sells horseshoes. He says if you buy a horse, he'll give you a free horseshoe. So that actually becomes listed as a quest. If the horseshoe fits, buy a pony to be eligible for the special offer. Unfortunately, I cannot afford a pony just yet. Like, not an additional pony. I already got Brad. That's all. That's all I need. Hold on. But I did discover you do want to engage in theft. Sometimes you look around. Wheat. All right, that's 2 gold. Got to figure out the thing I want to steal. I think iron to begin with, because I can't cook wheat into bread until I am able to make a cooking pot in order to train a cook. So let's see. So obviously Madros should be the thief. Because that's basically, doesn't that make the person who does the backstabbing, isn't that also the person that should be stealing? It just makes sense to me. Well, Brad, you were the ranger in my last group, and you engaged in all sorts of theft. Sometimes you got caught, you got us in trouble, but it was okay. We appreciated what you were trying to contribute to the group. So iron is a little more universally useful than wood. So my suspicion, now when the suspicion gets up past this line, I don't know, this is about 70 or so, 75, you become wanted, and all the guards patrolling are all actively looking for you. But as it's going up, it's under that mark, but still, if you get close enough to guards on patrol, they may activate and come look at you, like inspect you for stolen goods. And if they find it, then you get in trouble. And you can like pay a fine. If you can't afford the fine, somebody got to go to jail. I'm trying to think if you just surrender all the stuff if you still need to pay a fine. Or if you can pay a fine to keep the stuff. I think you could pay a fine to keep the stuff that you stole. Backstabbers are thieves? Is it all stereotypes? Healers or zealots? I don't know. Ask Joss about that. His character's a healer in our D&D group. Ask him about that stereotype. I could keep stealing, but I don't want my reputation to get even further suspicion to go up any more than that. It's enough that we now have that unlocked the ability to have a thief profession in my group, which I do want to have. So let's see. I do want to go to the blacksmith. I don't think we want to make a blacksmith yet. I know we want a tinkerer and a cook. Those are two very important. I think the cook is important. Tinker. We got a thief. I think, okay, you know what? I think a blacksmith could still be good too. All right, Joss. You want to be, I know it was your dream to be a blacksmith. I think finally we're going to realize your dream. Joss, his old character was just all torn up because it was his dream to be a blacksmith, but no one was going to let him do it. But now, Joss, your dreams are coming true. I don't even know if he's here anymore. I think he's here. Joss, you're blacksmith. You can't make anything yet, but you're blacksmith all the same. Damn it. And now, let's repair our shit. And I think we'll sell the bow. We're not going to make a medicine person alchemist yet. We're going to wait till we have another person in the group to do that. Yeah, people can only have one profession. And early on, one thing that kind of sucks is that, well, certain professions, you can kind of, you can switch professions, but if you do, you forget everything that you learn. All of your progress is gone in that profession. At least starting off, there are a couple professions that, in order to be able to do the two things, in particular, the two things are cooking and mining. Cooking and mining are two things that you want to both be able to do at a baseline level. And so I saw recommendations in forums, like someone suggested this, and it's what I've been doing, is one person who's going to be the cook is going to swap between the two professions and not gain any progress on it, just so that the group can do both of those things. Because other things like a blacksmith, it's not worth. It sucks if you start gaining experience in blacksmith and then you lose it, because it's expensive to spend the resources to do blacksmithing. The same is true with alchemy. But cooking, just being able to do baseline cooking, will take you a long way. And you'll learn recipes later that you have to be leveled up. But I haven't had the ingredients yet that employ those recipes, that make use of those recipes. So, and then the thing about mining, when you level mining, it's axe picking. When you level mining, you start getting bonus gems and stuff, which is like, it's a nice little addition to your income. So there's a reason you'd want to level mining. But those are both professions that at the very baseline, before you have enough people in your party to have everyone be like the critical thing, you having critical professions that you really want to have. Like alchemy, you really don't start getting the stuff you need to do alchemy stuff until a little bit later. So you can wait a little bit on alchemy. Like you don't need an alchemist right away, but blacksmith starts being helpful right away. Cooking starts being helpful right away. Tinker, cook, blacksmith. Yeah, okay. Yeah, what happened last time is I'd already made the blacksmith somebody else, and then I made you the apothecary, and then you're like, but I wanted to be a blacksmith. And so rather than change anyone's profession, I just layered your character with the background of he grew up in a blacksmithing family, and one day he told his parents, I want to be an apothecary. And his dad said, Joss, you fool. We come from a family of blacksmiths, and a blacksmith is all you're ever going to be. Put away your foolish dreams of being Wait, or was it the other way? It was the other way, apothecary. Put away your foolish dreams of being a blacksmith. Wait, I can't remember which one you couldn't be. I think maybe I made you the blacksmith, but you wanted to be the apothecary. Yeah. Something like that. You remember which way it was? Was you the blacksmith that dreamt of being an apothecary or the apothecary? I think I made you the blacksmith. You had to put aside your foolish dreams of becoming an alchemist. Then you lived the rest of your life bitter. That your lot in life was to be a blacksmith. You really wanted to make beverages out of flowers to heal people. Okay. I don't think the mayor does anything. All the mayor just talks about, she just talks about how much she hates refugees. I don't like refugees. Why? Because they've overrun the streets that are taking over the roads. There's too many refugees. We hate refugees. To defend honest folk from the refugee menace. All right, whatever. Now she does. Maybe have. I thought there was stuff in here I could steal from her, though. No. Is there anything I could steal from the blacksmith? No. All right, I can't afford to hire anybody yet. Well, I mean, I think technically I could, but I wouldn't be able to afford their wages or feed them. So we can't do that yet. But the emissary will give us missions to start with. Looking for work? Let's see, the drunkards. A group of drunkards has decided to square off with the refugees. They must be stopped. Okay, that's good. Easy is the name of the game. Anything that's easy, you can accept. And to start, oh, I can accept 3 contracts. I thought it was originally, that must have been updated, because to start you can only do 2. But I have discovered I don't like accepting any contracts until they become designated as easy. When you're level 1, you don't want to overreach your bounds. He was taking his anger out on the forge. That's right. That's right, Joss. Absolutely, the game has Ben Sisko. What do you think, they're going to make a game that doesn't have Ben Sisko? What did you think before you ask these questions, Brad? And deserters invaded the mine and made it their lair. All right, I'll do that. And I think that's all I'm going to accept for now. Let me see. So that thing is here, the drunkards. Oh, the mine is a little ways off there. And I don't think I want to buy anything else anymore. I don't have anything really to sell at this point. Except maybe, do I want to sell sandstone? Component for what? I'm just curious. I'm sure sandstone will be helpful eventually. I'll hold on to it for now, but weight becomes an issue, and you really don't want to hold on to stuff you're not going to use until you have more carrying capacity. But I'll hold on to the sandstone for now. Oh, wait, no, I remember a trick now. All right, let's sell the damn sandstone. Talk to this guy. I'm gonna hold on to that. You can make a little bit of money by buying these trade goods from this guy and then selling them to the merchants, any merchants wandering around outside. You get a slight surplus. I can only afford to buy 3. But this is gaming the system a little bit. There, I'm gonna go back in, buy some more. Money's no joke in this game. 1, 2. Can I afford one of these potteries? All right. All right, so there, see, I made a little bit of money there. And those trade goods replenish every day. So I think once a day. So I can go back and get them later. Get more. I'm also curious if can I build a pot yet? Let's see. So now I need to make a tinkerer. Nick, do you want to be the, let me see. I forget what is the bonuses a tinkerer get. If the brute is the tinkerer, then Nick, you can be the cook. All right, so we'll make Evie the tinkerer. And that, let's see, the tinkerer gets more dexterity. Oh God. That means, you know what, Nick, you should be the tinkerer. Because dexterity is that's your bag, isn't it? Isn't dexterity for bows? Each profession boosts a stat. I guess maybe it's negligible boost though. Because some people are like, oh, you should definitely make like the blacksmith. Blacksmith increases strength. So you need to make someone that whoever's going to be the blacksmith has to be someone that employs strength. But that could be like a min-maxy thing. So like if Nicky really, really wants to be a cook, who are we to say no? I don't know if that one dexterity is going to make a huge difference. And well, let's see. What do cook? Nicky, you be the tinkerer. And you make one of each thing. The first one gives you crafting experience, so you can unlock additional recipes. Lockpick, fish hook. Cooking pot is the first thing we'll want to build when we can. We need wood and iron. And the first knowledge point from experience and also from looking at community advice, running, being able to run. Very helpful. You can start using that right away. All right, we're going to go down here. Oh, all right. Seeing stuff in the woods. So running does, this is your stamina bar up here, and running does decrease your stamina. But I think it works out in the end per distance. And the advantage is if you get places more quickly, that's less wages you're paying for the amount of travel you do. All right, I think I want to go over here though. So you don't save stamina per distance, but you save time, and time is money. So, and also running means you can get away from shit too. Oh, we're going to be getting tired soon. The worst thing you can do is walk into a fight tired. It severely limits your ability to fight. But I think we're good. I think we're good. Because these are the drunkards we have to confront. And I think these guys are like the drunkards who are messing with the refugees. You can either buy a bunch of wine and give it to them and they'll leave the refugees alone, or you can kick their asses and get combat experience. What's better? buying a bunch of presents and gifts, spending money to make them back down, or beating them up, teaching them a lesson, and gaining combat experience. Work you harder so you can pay less. There you go. It's just like corporate America. So, oh yeah, that did in my job. I did just get a promotion, except it's not a change in position. It's just a change in duties at the same level. But they finally, after months of talking about it, made me officially our team's QA specialist. So they're gonna pull me off most of the regular work that the rest of our team does and make me focus on quality assurance for the work our team does. So that's exciting, but that's an example of what probably should be a position that's a promotion, but it's just a change in specialty within the same position, so it pays the same. Although I did just get my annual raise, so I'm pretty happy about that. I got good annual reviews, so I got like the maximum annual raise that you can get. So I'm pretty jazzed. It's not a ton. The raise is not a ton of money, but it's still, knowing that I got the biggest raise they could give me for their whatever our company's like raise scale, annual raise scale. That's pretty good. Made me happy. Made me feel appreciated. You're working on a changing position to a new role inside Google. I think you might have mentioned that in your stream, right? Although now I can't remember what it was. But that's cool, man. So is that like a thing that you can make happen of your own initiative, or you got to convince somebody to let you do it, or a little bit of both? All right, leave us be. We've got refugees to clear out of Tiltron. That's the county, and I can either give them wine, which I don't have and probably can't afford, or I can attack them and then get leather as a reward and experience and get gold. All right, let's fight. There's only 2 of them, too. Was it only really? Or was it just 2 different types of enemies? Oh, there's 3. Who's up first? This guy. And then who? Then those 2 are going together. You have to convince the hiring manager on the new role to want you. Your chat was mostly him trying to convince me that his team is a shit show and you don't want to join. That's funny, because that might be coming from a real place. That's like the reason I did apply for a supervisor position a couple months ago. But I think you guys have heard me say that I see what our supervisors do on our team. I see what their jobs are. And they don't make that much more than we do. And we're paid hourly. So technically, if I worked as many hours as their supervisors did, I'd be making more than they do. It's just, and what they do is like, it's just, they burden those supervisors so much. And I applied this time. Before I applied, and my whole thing was like, if you think I'm the best person for it, but I'm kind of rather do what I'm already doing. I just want to put in my name because I want to make sure that you have candidates who can do it. And if I'm the best person for it, then I want to step up and do it. And they basically were like, oh no, you can't. They said the reason we didn't promote you or consider promoting you is because you flat out told us you didn't want to do it. And I'm like, okay, fair. That's fair. But this time we had like a bunch of we had 2 supervisors leave our team at the same time. And then the replacements were someone, and I didn't apply that time. The 2 replacements were one person that I actually trained originally, who looked at me as their mentor. She's like, I can't believe I got the position. I didn't think there was any way in hell I'd get it because I thought you'd get it. And I was like, spoiler alert, I didn't apply. I don't want to do it. And then they brought in someone else who's really smart, but he's from a whole nother team. He had to walk in not knowing really at all what we do. And then 2 weeks later, the other supervisor got fired, and then the last supervisor is going on maternity leave. They already just left. And so I was like, holy, so these new supervisors who are brand new are suddenly looking at like they're going to be doing almost all the work really soon, and they're barely like. So that's why I applied the supervisors thing last time. I was like, holy crap, our team really needs someone that knows what the hell they're doing. And but I still was like, I said, yeah, I'm more interested in doing it because I feel like the need is more important now. But they're all like, we know you want to do this QA role. Like they want me to do this QA role. They're trying to create a position, an actual official senior position that they can promote me into to do this role. But the position doesn't exist in any formal sense. So my supervisors are clowns. But that was the thing that my supervisor was like, made a big point of saying, was like, we don't want to promote you into something you would want to do. And they said if they are not able to offer me a path to growth into something that's a good fit for me, that's their failure, not mine, and that they're going to keep working with like higher leadership at the company to try to create this formal position for me. They've been actually, I guess, arguing or trying to advocate for it for like 6 months now, like just for me to be able to move up, and also to have a path for other people to move up. Because I'm not the only one on my team who's developed like a pretty high level of expertise in a certain area to where they shouldn't be considered on the same level as some dude that just got hired last week, you know? So anyway, but it's kind of exciting. It made me feel a little better that like I got the raise and I got the, I got the specialty, and now they made a big deal at our weekly team meeting today. Like my boss's boss made the announcement about this, about me, my big transition to the team QA specialist, and everyone was like, "Yay!" It felt like it was very. I felt like they're making a big fuss over me. It was nice. All right, that's right. Wait, it's close to. I think it's close to. I can't remember her name. Alali's birthday is coming soon too, I think. Hold on. No. Here, we gotta do this. We gotta do this right now. It's gonna happen. There it is. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear EV23. Happy birthday to you. You're the best Evie in the internet. And I've known you for 6 years now. And you were the first person that ever came into my streams and actually ever came back. So I'm very happy to know you. Oh yeah. Happy birthday to you, EV23. Happy birthday to you, best EV in the internet. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you, EV23. I'm so glad that you're here so I can sing you happy birthday again. It's been many years now, and I get to sing you happy birthday every single year for a long time now. Happy birthday, EV23. There you go. You got your birthday song. And it also made me realize that I need to adjust my cam, because I'm showing the corner of my green screen. Boop. That'll take care of that.
45 seconds of gameplay.
Not only should you bet that I could sing her a song. Yeah, no, well, that's the thing. And I think this may be the thing, is I've been using Logitech has intermediary software that you can use to actually grab the feed from the camera and then route to other programs. And the reason I really like using that is because it actually performs more smoothly. Normally, frame rates are smoother. Camera controls are better. Like, for some reason, the default camera controls, you can only zoom like 10. I don't know, it's stupid. So, to really unlock the capabilities of the camera, you need to use that thing too. And also, especially for the purposes of Dungeons and Dragons, I want to be able to send my camera source to multiple applications. So I want the people that I'm playing with to be able to see me on our communications app. We're using Discord, and so I could send my raw camera feed to Discord, and then I can send another one to OBS, which gets doctored up with my green screen and chroma key and all that, so I can be in the game. And the regular camera without that software won't let you do that. You have to choose one or the other. If it's doing one thing or the other. So if I'm using it in Discord, I can't use it in OBS and vice versa. But it's really starting to look like I can't use my Logitech software with OBS right now. I don't know why, but doesn't work. So. Oh, Evie, I'm glad you like your birthday song. Yeah, I don't know if you could tell, but I made it special. I made it up on the spot. I mean, the actual happy birthday song I didn't itself make up. That's been around for a while. But the words that I put in there, I made up just for you, Evie. So there you go. Best Evie in the internet. 6 years and counting. All right, now we're going to do this combat. All right, so this guy's first. Yeah. Madros in for the backstab. Yeah. Uh. 12 and 16. Maybe if we get nah, it's not going to matter. Because we can't get a third attack in on this guy. The next question is can I get two people with one hit running in here? I don't know. Maybe. It's worth trying. Okay. We want Nick out here all by himself. The problem is if I put Nick over here, he might be too far away. Nah, we'll bring Nick over here. We'll put him over here. All right, so we're going to start the battle having Evie run in on this Nimrod. Giving him a solid whack with her shillelagh. We're going to have Madros move in for the backstab. All right, and that's... And then these two are going to just go. I don't think there's anything we can do to stop them in this round. So I'm going to move. I want to see if I can get both of these people with my attack. Oh, yeah, that's the stuff right there. All right, still nobody's down, but it's nice being able to make use of this area attacks. You got into a wreck yesterday. Oh my God. Yeah, it was a rough day. Well, yeah, you had your birthday party last weekend, right, Evie? If I remember, I think that's what you said, or you had it last week. Oh my God, I'm guessing you're okay. I hope you're okay. But that sucks. Being in an accident sucks. I've been very fortunate to not have been involved in an accident for a very long time. But I know I've been in enough close calls, though, to know, like, in some sense, it's just luck. Even if you're a good driver. I know I've also had my bad moments where I'm like, well, thank God no one was there. Because I wouldn't have seen them, type of thing, you know? Was it a real, like, was your car totaled? Because the accidents are scary to begin with. Getting an accident is scary. And that's that whole thing of, like, if you're just doing a routine, whatever, going through your life, doing something you don't consider dangerous at all, and it's like, and then suddenly something like this happens, and it's like, bam, it just reminds you, like, how quickly things can get fucked up. Which is, it's just an awful thing to experience and remember, especially in something like that, where it's like, yeah, you're fine, but if you were less lucky, you could have gone differently, you know? And that's scary. Pulled off half your hood. Oh man, I'm sorry, Evie. All right, Nick, maybe we can finally finish this last guy off with Nick. Let's get a straight, like, perpendicular attack to minimize the chance of hitting someone else. Oh, and this is the thing that's going to make this dude get pushed back, huh? Still standing. Oh, bullshit. Now Joss is engaged, so he can't... Okay. So this is where it would be nice to use that ability to disengage this guy from Joss. I don't think there's any angle I can get in there to do that, though. Because it would be nice so I could have Joss turn around and use his area attack. No, I don't think that's going to work. Your car keeps telling you your hood is open every 2 seconds. Yeah, you're like, hello, car. Thank you, Captain Obvious. Thanks for the alert. Your car's like, happy to help. I'll tell you again in 5 seconds. All right. So yeah, I don't think there's any way I'm going to disengage Joss to be able to use that multi-attack, which kind of sucks. So this guy's got 5 hit points yet. Damage is 4 to 7 with the bow, which means there's a 66% chance it'll take him down. Compared to Evie has a 50% chance. Okay, let's use the bow to get him out. There we go. That's nice. Little crit. That works for me. Let's see how much. Okay, so how much damage? 6 to 8. But the hammer does 50% extra damage if the person still has armor, which that person does. So let's focus on that. And now they both get to attack. Oh no, I get one more attack? Alright, well Joss is definitely not finishing that guy off, so let's see if we can get some damage in here from Medros. A little front stab, not as good as a back stab, but you know, beggars can't be choosers. Oh, now Joss, wow, oh, wow, it seems like we're all, I didn't realize I was going to get so many attacks here. Somehow I didn't notice. Alright, well, Joss is locked in, so This is his only option. Oh man, that barely did shit. All right. At least their attacks are pretty weak too. 3 points. Oh, ouch. 6 points against that. That's not good. Okay, that's good. So at least he's not engaged with Madros anymore. So now we can have Evie lock this person in. And when Joss gets to move again, he can now do a backstab. Get him, Madros. All right, no crit, but still, that's good. 3 points of damage. This dude's almost gone. Oh, that's what I forgot to get. There's a guard tower nearby. It's not part of the city, and you could buy like chains, like handcuffs, so that when people are really low in health like this, you can, if you have handcuffs to spare, chains to spare, you can capture them instead of killing them, and then turn them into the guard. Although that only works for bandits. These guys aren't technically bandits, so probably couldn't do that for them anyway. But that reminded me, I should go buy. Those are worth investing in. So as soon as I finish this little battle, I'm going to go over there. Oh, keep Madros there. And another ineffectual area attack there. Yeah, we're definitely going to have some owies here. We hit there. Okay, what would be nice now is if I could maneuver Joss in a way where I can get both of these people with one swing. No. Okay, let's move them up a little bit. There we go. That's the stuff right there. All right, good deal. And now we're galvanized, which gives us an extra 50% damage. That's a big deal. All right, we'll move him next to this person. We'll have Evie engage. And then Joss move in on the backstab. And now they're surrounded, so we get an extra bonus. So I have a feeling Madros is just about to tear this guy's shit. There we go. Yeah, 20 points of damage. He's down. Oh, now we're tired. You may die of exhaustion if you keep walking. You really should rest. I guess time passed while we were in combat? Okay, we're not going to repair. But look, Nikki C is getting a promotion. Let's see. It seems like each level they give you, you can select an attribute that will give you a bonus. So I always select that. So dexterity up. And dexterity is what her damage is based off of too. And then I get to choose one of these things. Every time she ends their turn next to an enemy, they get a bonus point. These bonus points are what you spend to use your special abilities. You only have a finite number. Combat is tiring. I guess that could be part of it. Well, we are going to lay down on the ground and sleep. But we have to finish this first. Every time this unit kills an enemy, you gain 1. That's good for an archer. Every time you end next to an ally that is not engaged, gain 1. All right, so these two are very situational. An archer very seldom wants to end their turn next to an unengaged enemy. An archer is good at killing people, so we'll get this is where you decide how they get their bonus points. And for the archer, Nikki is gonna get bonus points by killing people. I think we're still not gonna use the repair stuff. Let's grab the loots. And let's rest. I think we still can't make a cooking pot. So all we can really do is sleep. There's no danger level, see? I think the fruit... The bread of what we have is the best nutrition per weight ratio, so we want to get rid of some of this other stuff first. Although maybe one bread would be good. All right, I do want to go to the salt mine so we can start our mining adventure. Stop right there. This salt mine belongs to her ladyship Gontrat. I can't just let you walk in. But I am going to use 15 of my, like, what are these things supposed to be? Influence. I'm going to use 15 influence to convince this guy that I should be able to come into the mine. And that will unlock the mine. The mine respawns, so it's a good idea to be able to access the mine. We can't mine salt because of these iron veins. And that's what happens too. Every time it respawns, this guy's like, the iron is covering the salt again. And so you get rid of the iron mine. You mine the iron, you gain the iron, and then you talk to him again, and then you get extra influence every time you do that. Brad, you're contributing our ability to carry all the shit that we're carrying. So you're not engaging in combat, but you're very important, Brad. And when they're camping, I'm sure you help make everybody feel more cheerful. So like, look, it's Brad, internet celebrity Brad Pritchard watching over us. As a horse, you literally be watching over them. Just like in the lullaby, Brad. All right. So we got 2 things here. And who's the last person without a profession? Evie is going to be our cook/miner until we get more people. I forget if cook or miner is better for a warrior. Both good. Constitution is good. Eventually, one or the other will be a dedicated cook and a dedicated miner. One each, once we get another person. All right, and there's a little mining mini game. Screw that one up. And screwed that one up. I got a good amount of 7's not bad. You be the famous blacksmithing pony. I got perfect that time. All right, now we'll talk to this Nimrod again. Hey, you cleared out the iron. Well done. See, now I spent 15 influence to get into the mine, and I'm getting 15 influence back because I helped him by clearing out the iron ore that he doesn't want. If I get 2 more wood, I can make a cooking pot. Let me see. Is there anything else in here? Ooh, can I steal? Salt. Well, I'll be wanting that once I can cook. Let's see. How much is gonna... Yeah, I think we can do this. All right, steal some salt. The guy's like, what happened to our salt? He's a little suspicious. No, get out of here. All right. Speaking of the popos, got to watch out. There they are. All right, now we're going to go to the guard tower so we can pick up chains so we can capture criminals. Real criminals, not us. Not like us. Real criminals. We're only stealing because it helps us be heroes. The rest of the people that are stealing are just doing it because they're evil. All right, anything we need to sell? Nope, we're not going to sell anything. Let's buy, it's 20 each. I think they can only take 3 prisoners at a time, and you get to reuse your chain. So I'm just gonna buy 3. And now, when we're fighting people, and when they're low on health, when we attack hand to hand, we're gonna have an option to capture them. And you get like 100 gold for each person that you turn in. So it's definitely like, it's lucrative capturing bandits and turning them in. And where was the next thing? It's quite a little ways, but I want to see if I can take care of both. Well, how bad is our armor, though? I should check that. Armor's completely broken. Completely broken. Half gone. All right, you know, maybe I'm gonna actually go back to town, but I'm gonna go back to town through these woods rather than the trail, so I can gather shit and maybe attack some bandits on the way that I can capture and take prisoner. Also, maybe I could catch some like wolves. If you kill wolves, you can learn to cook their meat, or you can eat their meat too. It's just not as nutritious if you don't cook it. I'm not finding a whole lot of resources in the woods. Oh, there's some wolves. Oh, boars. Boars are good too. They have meat. All right. Well, I guess there's no getting around that. So let's move Evie over here. And then can Madros get in there? Evie can get... Can Madros get behind that boar? Alright, so I will put Nick here. So if Evie attacks this one, then Madros can get behind it. Between the two of us, we probably take it down. Maybe. Hey, we can eat the pony. That's totally a realistic thing. That's not like eating sandstone. Unfortunately, the game developers have not yet implemented the eat your pony mechanic. But what they do have is when you kill bandits, you can get a trait that allows you to eat their corpses to stay alive. I haven't done that yet. I feel like it's bad karma, but it's an option. So it's funny that the game will let you cannibalize people, but not horses. I don't know what that says. Okay. So now they're engaged. Oh, I didn't realize there were 3 of those guys. Okay, so everyone's ganging up on Evie now. Let's get Madros up there. Oh my god, there's so many more than I thought. Oh, this is not good. I didn't realize how many there were until they all started moving. We may actually, there's permadeath in this, so we may actually end up running away from this battle. So that's the next one that's going to go. I don't think we can do anything to stop that. Those 2 are going to go. That's 3 points of damage. So basically anybody could take this guy out right now. These are our last two. Joss won't be able to get into a position to do a multi-attack. All right, so let's do this. Nick's gonna finish this guy off. And then Nick will courageously, or Nikki rather, Nikki will courageously be the closest person to this boar so that the boar will not attack Evie, because Evie needs less things attacking Evie. And we'll move Joss. Oops, we don't want Joss stepping on that trap. I've made that mistake enough times. Those bear traps will hurt you. And we can do it like this so it doesn't hit poor Evie. Evie already got in a car accident this week. She doesn't need to be hit by Joss over aggressive giant sword swinging. Uh-oh. All right, a new round is starting. So the question is, how far can we get Madros? All right. So we're going to move. Gonna have Evie engage this. Oh yeah, you can absolutely hit teammates if they're within the arc of your swing. Yeah, they'll get hit just like everyone else. Yeah, that would be a lot of fun if you stepped in a bear trap and then you had to amputate your leg. That's the sort of realism that you might expect to find in a game like Battle Brothers, Brad. Not this game, though. You get injuries here, but they're a little less specific than that. They're more just like debuffs. Like Kenshi has where you can actually lose limbs. Alright. Alright. Ooh, Evie's hurting bad. Alright, Joss can handle it. You know what? Let's have Joss. Oh, Joss can't move right now because he's engaged. Can he get both? Nope, he can't. Okay, never mind. Toyota filmed a car commercial in an abandoned mall you used to work in. Back when it wasn't abandoned? That's the funniest part of that statement, is you clarified that. I'm just picturing young CPG. He's in this like empty, dark mall. It's like somebody's paying him to stand at some like abandoned like Wetzel's Pretzels, and he's just sitting there. No one's there. There's no food. There's nothing to cook. He's just standing there at the counter. It's like, what's this kind of fucked up job? Working at Wetzel's Pretzels. The old Wetzel's Pretzels in the abandoned mall. You'd rather amputate your lower leg than play Battle Brothers? I'm just saying, Brad, if you're really on fire to play a game that's going to let you deal with, you know, amputations. Well, here, oh, hold on now. Can we do this? Oh no, it's not going to work. Shit. I thought, because this one is up against that one, I can't force it to move. So that kind of sucks. And I don't know. Okay, I think Nick is safe from Joss's swing. Oh no, he's not. Oh, that's bullshit. So Joss can't attack without hitting. And Majors can't get in close enough, I don't think, to hit that guy. Son of a bitch. Yeah, we're definitely gonna need to go back to town and get sorted out. You got stuck in an elevator at a not yet open movie theater, and you manager didn't notice? Oh no, man! The fire department almost had to cut. Dang, almost had to cut you out. The building I lived in LA it's like a 14-story building, and one of my neighbors got stuck in, like, the elevator got stuck between floors once. That was fun. I was the person that volunteered to sit outside the closed doors and talk to him until, I don't remember if the fire department came or if we had the elevator maintenance people came. I think it was the fire department. They had to go in and, like, force the doors open and get him through the, I think they might have taken him through the, like, the top hatch. All right, so Joss, if Joss attacks, Joss is going to hit Nick. How much damage is Joss going to do? 6. Sorry, Nikki, but this is worth it, because otherwise he can be able to hit these two people. If I have him disengage, he's going to get an attack of opportunity on him, and Joss has already, like, lost half of his health and all of his armor. So Nick's taking one for the team right now. Sorry, Nick. I know you and Joss are friends, but sometimes Joss got to hit you with a big sword if it means damaging the enemy. And then we'll position Joss here. Hopefully Joss can survive the boar attacks. What? The boar? Alright, they're going after... At least Madros has more damage. Nick can take it. And Joss is fine, including the NPCs on occasion. Alright. Well, at least I'm playing him accurately true to life. Alright, your turn. Anyone can do anything. So I think we want to do this. We're going to have Evie finish off this boar. And then move up. Maybe to here. And then... Can we get Nick to disengage this person? Yes. Okay, let's try that. Let's get a good angle in there. Huh, although no one's going to be able to take this out in one round. Nick stabbed you a few sessions ago? Oh, geez. It's a cacophony of stabbings. friendly stabbings. Is that cacophony? Is that a right word? It suddenly came to mind as appropriate, but I don't know if it works. All right, I don't know if he can get both of these guys. I think they might be too far apart. Oh, no, hold on. No, stop. Joss is the one who does area attacks. No, Joss does, not you. Maybe if we get Joss like right here. Hells yeah! The opponents are demoralized and flee. Now we're not letting them get away. More meat. Oh, I probably should have let him get away. Let's see, Joss, can you heal anybody? Let's have Joss. Oh crap! I didn't mean to do that. I meant to move Joss to do first aid on Evie, but I pushed the wrong button. Cacophony? 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 I guess it's one of those words that I thought I've heard pronounced, but haven't, and so I invented a pronunciation in my mind, having only seen it in writing. As I've discovered as a streamer over the years, most frequently pointed out by Nick, there are several words in my vocabulary that I only ever, up to this point in my stage of life, only ever saw in print and invented pronunciations for. Does anyone else have first aid? I can capture a boar? No, I don't think so. I can't get a bounty on a damn boar. I'm gonna do first aid on Joss, though. And then move into position for backstab, finish this damn boar off. We're gonna backstab a boar. Yeah, I think you can capture the boar and actually like make it so it carries a little bit. But I heard they, pardon the expression, eat like pigs. So you're much better off killing them for meat and saving up and buying ponies to be beasts of burden. Although I don't know, I think the boars can fight in battle too. I don't know. Cacophony. Cacophony. Like that? Cacophony? Where's the accent go, Nick? Cacophony? Cacophony? Or cacophony? And we're not going to heal anybody because we're this close to town. I think. Can we make it to town? I think we can. Madros is getting a promotion, though. Madros, the ranger, what's going to be every time he ends a unit next to an enemy that, and Madros is not engaged in combat, he gains a point. Or every time he kills a unit, he gains a point. Every time he ends next to an ally and is not engaged. Cacophony? Cacophony. All right. Sorry, Joss. I'm sorry I said the word so bad. Jeez, you guys, you're a bunch of critics in here. All right. Well, at least Joss and Nick. Well, Joss corrects me. I mean, Nick corrects me, but he tends to do so with kindness. Joss is just like rubbing the salt in the wounds. My cross-game crusade against innocent wildlife never ends. Okay. I think the ending next to a person is easier than gaining kills. So we're going to do that. And because those points that they gain are party pool points. Anyone can use them for their own abilities. You do have a channel in which you critique, but it's called Seen by Few, SCENE by Few. Write it down, folks. But it's where you critique movies, not how people pronounce words. So maybe you and Joss can start your own channel. You call it Heard by Few or something. But it's where you could, because seen implies a movie, but pronunciations are things you listen to. And then you could like listen to movie clips and stuff where people say words wrong. And then Nick can be like, well, this is how that word was not said correctly. And this is how you should say it. And then Josh can come in and be like, what a moron. He said he botched that word so bad. And it'd be like Nick's like the straight man and Josh is like the wild card type of thing. I think you guys should talk about it. You could make it work. Yeah, that's it. Seen by Few. Just say your words better. Maybe I should just say less words. Or if I come across, because this is just a reality. I've done a lot of reading in my life over the decades. And there are many words that I've encountered over the course of my readings that I have never, to my recollection, heard said aloud by a single person. Or if I have, I've forgotten. I have that problem too. I'm also at a point in life where I've probably forgotten more than I know at this point. So it's a double-bladed sword, double-edged sword. Heard by Few. It's about cattle. Is that real? That sounds real, Brad. Heard by Few. It's about cattle from university. Cattle at Marshall University athletics. That seems like a weird combination. Well, I guess I'm not going to say cacophony during our D&D game. I'm going to steer real clear of it. Although, I will say if my mispronouncing words causes you to suicide your character, then we may be killing two birds with one stone right there, because then you're not going to be able to make fun of me anymore. I guess I'd let you make another character, though. Wouldn't be like, oh, your character died. You can't play anymore. Bye, Joss. Your character went off a cliff. You don't get to play Dungeons & Dragons anymore. That's the rules of Dungeons & Dragons. You can never play again. All right. We finished leveling. We're playing with fire here, not healing anybody. What's wrong? What's the wound? Injured. Bruise. Damage taken doubled. I think we can live with that. Certain wounds, if you don't treat them quickly enough, they evolve into worse things. I think we're going to make it to town. All right, let's go to the forge. And we're going to repair. Let's take care of basics before we start doing anything else. We're going to go to the apothecary and heal. We're going to go to the inn and collect our reward for dealing with the drunkards. Are there any more easy quests? Yes. Vanquish the Lorik gang. Must have inconvenienced the wrong person. Now someone is willing to pay to get rid of them. Oh, there's two easy ones. Sijic squad needs to be made dead. All right, I'll take both of those. They're both considered easy now. Ah, they're all like in the same area. They're all far away from that guard tower, though. All right, so I've got 226. It's another brute. How much is... I just want to remember how much it costs to recruit people. 60 gold. It might be too soon to recruit people. If so, I don't think I want another brute. It's 2 brutes. And a spearman. A spearman would make a nice next person. They can attack with a reach weapon that also causes people to get knocked back, and which you can use to get them disengaged. And he's got first aid. This is tempting to get right now. The problem is, am I gonna end up? All right, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna rest first, and then hire him. Because if I hire him now and then I camp, I'm gonna have to feed him immediately. I sound like I'm from Boston. Okay, well, we can just pretend. If it helps you not jump off a cliff, you could just pretend momentarily at times I'm from other parts of the world where they would say words in the way that I'm saying them. And it wouldn't be considered foolish or incorrect. All right, so next, do I have anything? Oops. Do we have anything that we want to sell? I don't think so. I never got enough wood. Okay, hold on. Does anyone sell wood? I wouldn't mind buying 1 wood. No, he sells leather, but no wood. Thanks for nothing. I don't think the blacksmith sells wood either. Huh? I can buy this for 100. Your troop optimizes use of the repair materials? I can't afford that right now, but that's kind of cool. All right, so I can't use any wood right now, but I do need to sleep. So these carcasses are super heavy and not very nutritious, so we always eat the carcasses first. I'm gonna hold on to the pork because we're gonna eventually learn how to cook it. Let's do that. Yeah, we're gonna go a little over, but that's okay. All right. So now we should consider getting that extra hero. Although, look, our carry capacity is so bad. Maybe we should... Should we get another horse first? I think it's time to get another pony. Because we're not carrying that much stuff. Yeah, we need to get another pony. Although, how much do the people carry? Carry capacity 4. That's not going to make... No. I can't even afford to do my trick where I buy the resources and sell them to the merchants outside town, because just the resources we gathered so far have got us basically at capacity. We're at capacity. Sorry, fellas. Park the car in Harvard Yard and give the guy a quarter for some chowder. I remember the park the car, but I don't know if I'm saying the other stuff right. And then I say cacophony. That's a cacophony of hobbits. Pritchard the pony is the only reason we're able to carry what we have now at all in the first place. So Brad, please. Don't feel like you're a bad pony. You're an excellent pony. But a growing warband needs higher carrying capacity, and sometimes we gotta buy more ponies. Let's take a look. Constitution 4, 2, 21, 12. Wow, these are very wildly different. 4, 21, 12. 4, 2, 21, 12, 7. Willpower 15. I think that middle one's got more willpower than the other ones. I think they've all got the same movement. Okay. So we're going to buy this pony. With its sharp eye and soft fur, this is the perfect everyday companion. Let's adopt the pony for 180. That hurts a little bit. Although now I'm thinking about it, if we pay 180, I don't think we're going to be able to afford wages. All right, fuck that. Sorry, we're just going to have to live lean. In fact, now I'm thinking maybe since we can't afford a horse, maybe we do hire that spearman. Because we got a lot of fighting ahead of us right now. Spearmen can carry a few more pounds, too. Of course, the spearman's going to have their own gear that's going to weigh. I think that's going to... Got 60 in wages to pay. Alright. So, let's go here. Hold on, let's go to camp first. We have to pay our wages in camp. And we're gonna come back to the inn. Is that dude still there? Oh no, did they swap out people already? Oh. I don't want any of these people. I wanted the spear guy. I mean, we'll want more people eventually, but we want to... While we're first growing, we want to cover our basics before we start duplicating classes. 2 brutes. And another archer. Shite. Is it worth bringing on another brew right now? I'm really disappointed that we missed out on the... You know what? Hopefully we'll just be able to survive. Close. Chowda. All right. All right. We're just going to beeline straight. Actually, can I get... Nah, that's going to be out. Well, I'll do it. We need wood. Not seeing any resources. Okay, here's... I think that's mushrooms, though. What we really need is some damn wood. Some herbs. I think those are... That's our target right here. Can we sneak up on those a-holes? I don't think we did. I don't think we could. All right. Leaders protection. What does that do for them? All their damage is reduced by 30% as long as their leader is alive. So, where's their leader? Henchman, raider, Sijic. Alright, everyone, let's gang up on Sijic. What is this guy? Just so we can know. What does this guy do? This guy does an area of attack, but he has to target an area first. And then the attack doesn't trigger until his next turn. So that's not very dangerous as long as you get your people out of the way. Alright, this guy's just a hand-to-hand dude. He does have an axe throw, though. That's not cool. That hurts. Alright, we want to go after Sijic hard. Madros. Let's do this. I can't get two people to reach Sijic. That's unfortunate. There are no other... Alright, well I guess this is the way it is. We're still gonna move Evie in first. There's a little spear here she can throw at him though. This is like an environmental thing where if you hit it on your way in, you can just get a free attack. So, boom, we're gonna do that. Not very impressive damage, but you know, free attacks always worth doing. And Madros can't get to there, so I think what we're going to do is engage. I wonder if I can get into a place to do damage to both of these guys. They're not. No one's engaged. Now he's engaged though, so Madros can get up on his ass. But Madros can't get behind him. Oh shit. Oh, you have pizza for dinner. I had a frozen pizza last night. I just remembered I have a couple slices left over. They're little. It's like a little... Was it the Red Baron's pizza? They're not big. Alright. So... let's get him up into position. And can we knock him out of... I don't know if we can. Be nice if we could, though. Let's see if we can... I don't think we can, but let's see if we can. Let's see. We knock him out of combat. Yeah, so he's no longer engaged with Madros. We don't like it when Madros is engaged in combat. It's not good. Okay, so now he's targeting this area over here. A new round is starting. But now this guy does have a fixed facing, so Madros can take him down. Who's attacking next? This guy's attacking next. Huh. It'd be nice if we could knock this guy... But now we can't get Nick into position. Well, so much for ganging up on the leader. That doesn't seem to be happening. Actually, why not? Let's bring let's backstab the leader. I should have had Evie attack first. Oh no! Shit. I moved. I got the mixed up, so now Joss is Mado's not going to attack anybody. Son of a bitch. That was a very bad mistake to make. All right, well, we want to kill this dude. So he doesn't get his swipe at Joss. Oh, I wonder if I could have captured the other guy. Eh. Yikes. So these guys are both going to go at the same time. I think we're nowhere close to taking this guy down, so we might as well just go for the bad guy. The henchman. Ooh. Oh, look at Madros with the crit backstab. Slit him right across the neck. Ouch. Oh, Evie's not doing so hot. No. But I think maybe we'll take this guy out before he can attack again. We don't want to knock this guy out of combat, so this works out. Ooh. Oh, Madros, brutal. All right, no prisoners were taken, but that's not bad. Heal and repair. All right, loot all. Oh no, that hammer's where you have to wait till the next turn to get your attack out. I don't want that. That's useless. So we'll sell that. Joss has gained a level. Let's get his critical hit. And you know what? We get Joss different gear. We're gonna make him a tank. Even though right now he's got a two-handed sword, we're gonna reverse the roles. So that Evie's gonna be a two-hander, and Joss, because Joss has as a swordsman, has a path that gives him all these abilities that are gonna help him be a better tank. Evie won't get those. So if one of them needs to be a tank and one of them needs to be an AoE damage dealer, then their roles have been reversed. But I'm going to go ahead and do that. And let's get out of here. Stop it. We've completed the mission. Oh, there's some wood over there. So wait, should I just keep fighting? Maybe I should. It's just costs. Shit. And we'll treat the injury. We'll repair the armor. It's worth staying on the road without having to run back every 5 seconds right now. So we'll collect this wood, and then there's a... We have a bounty right here, so... And now we have enough wood. We have enough wood to make a pot. I think we should be good to have this encounter first. And this is going to open up another mine to us, too. So that guy's first. Got that same thing. They have an area of effect attack that takes a turn to work. So then these two guys go next. Then there's a rock slide that will kill any unit they hit. Where the hell is that? Oh, that's right here. Okay. Is that the rock slide? Actually, I don't know where the rock slide is. I'm guessing it's that circle right there, but I don't know. Alright, so it's fair open season on the henchmen. Alright, so I think Madro and Evie are going to double team this guy. I was trying to think if there's a way I can get Joss in here to get both of these guys, but I think in order to do that, he'd have to stand in the art of this guy's swing, which is not, we don't want to put someone there if we don't have to. So let's have Nick push this guy out of the way. That'll disrupt his swing, and maybe we can push him into that damage area too. 23% chance that it hits Evie. I'm taking that. I'm going to take that risk. All right. Well, it didn't knock the person into the damage area, but it did what was intended. It disrupted their area attack for next round. So that's good. I should have... Oh, well. Gonna say, if I had him attack from the side, it would have made an easier path for Nick to shoot him into this, I think is the damage area. But that damage is going to trigger before I'd have a chance to do that anyway, so... Youch. Oh, it did. It hurt. It killed that dude. Okay. Nick's gotta keep that in mind, because I didn't think that person was standing in the circle. Maybe it's just that they're squares. I'm not gonna mess around. I'm gonna get Nick out of there before that happens. 11 left. Backstab increases by 30%. Well, I think that means it'll automatically kill this person. I'd like to capture somebody, for God's sakes. But it's more worth it to not let them attack, so... yeah. Yeah, Madros is on a roll tonight. And so far, no one's actually wounded, only their armor's damaged, so he can't do first aid against anybody. Ooh, hold on. We'll do that. Okay, no, we'll do that. I was gonna see if Nick could shoot that guy out of the way, but I don't think he'd get a good angle for that. The problem is that with Joss locked engaged, I can't put someone next to him or he'll get hit too. So you know what? I'm just gonna have Joss attack now. And we'll have Evie move in. And we'll have, whoops, Nick move up. And no one captured, but at least we took them all out before they could do too much damage. Oh, and Evie is getting a promotion. Let's get that crit up. Deals 6 damage to all the units in the area. Six to 7 damage and applies weakening. Disengages and charges in a straight line, dealing 5 damage to everyone in their path. That could be helpful, but that seems so situational. I'm gonna do this area of effect. This is like a bonus attack. Smasher. But that ability to disengage, though? Once Evie's been specialized for area attacks, that could be really helpful. You know, I'm going to try this one out. We'll see. Could end up being useless later. There's a way to respec later if you have enough money, too. There's like a special like training ground you can go to. You just completed the mission Free Pedra Mountain Mine. Have any treasure chests in here? All right. Go. Oh. We got a sapphire. That's cool. All right, so we got a lot. We definitely make some stuff now. Oh, we need to sleep immediately too. Okay. So let's make that cooking pot. Can we make anything else in here? Nope. There's a camp chest, but from what I've experimented so far, you move things out of your inventory, but it doesn't reduce your party, like the weight of the shit they're carrying. I kind of don't get it. All right, so let's put the cooking pot out. New profession, cook. Yep. I'm going to let Evie be our cook right now. Oh, but I don't have... What do I have? Pork? I have to learn the recipe for pork. All right. Now we're going to make a bunch of grilled pork. And we gained another point from our experience doing that. So we can learn the next thing we want to make. I usually like to wait until we're spending the points. Until we need to make something to spend that point to unlock a recipe. So we'll leave that alone for right now. Oops. There, good. All right, there's another thing right there. I think we go for it. How's our... Should I repair the damage? Joss's armor is almost... Why is his armor so weak? All right. I think it's worth repairing Joss's armor. I don't think we need to repair Evie's armor. It's barely damaged. But I think we're going to go collect that last bounty. We're going to do our last task before we head out of here. It's like right around the corner over here. Then we'll head back to town. See, we'll check by this farm, see if there's anything going on there. Marora. Are you mercenaries? Your last hope. I swear I'll find a way to pay you. What? Pay us for what? You must warn my husband's friends. They need to come here and help them. Yes, ask them to come. Only if they could speak. Okay. Now remember this. I don't think this is the quest that I was supposed to come after. This is a different one. And I'm going to accept it, but I'm not going to do it right now because I know the combat that it entails, and it's more than we can handle right now. But she did say, we'll find some way to pay you. Which means maybe in the meantime, Madras should see if they got any special bags or chests. No, I don't see any. There's the ones we're looking for up here. The Lorik gang. I'm starting to get sleepy. And now they have leader's aggression with, so they do, I think that's extra 50% damage. Unit always deals critical hits. No, that's no good. Okay. And there's the leader back there. Yeah, this is no good. We're in this situation again where we just can't get them in position. Oh, not Joss. We want Madros with the backstabs. We just can't seem to get them into position. So maybe we open with moving Madros up. Or Joss. I think we can hit both of these guys at once with Joss. Let's move Nick. And then... Really? Okay. Let's get Evie up. No, ouch. Ooh, that was a... So that poacher can shoot us out of there. It can knock people out of combat. That's a surprise. Maybe you just stand between them and wheel your sword around real fast. Yeah, if you just do it a whole bunch more times. You got to figure out how to do it a whole bunch of times in between their ability to attack once. This seems to be the thing that we haven't mastered yet. Okay, so Madros is not going to be able to get a backstab in on that guy, but he could get a backstab in on this guy. So that's worth going for. And he's dead. All right. Yeah, and now we're going to do extra damage. Good deal. Good, good. So let's get Madros into a nice central position. Does anyone... Hold on. Does anyone need healing? 27? Nope, no one needs healing yet. And we may be able to knock these guys closer together. Maybe? For maybe to get them closer together for an area attack? I think this one's going to move before we can do that. But this guy's only got 3 hit points yet. We can go in for a capture on this guy. Yikes! Huh. All right. Well, that was not cool at all. But I think we move in and see if we can get the a capture on this guy. Really? That's very disappointing. Okay, this does 8 damage to all people in their path. Can release angle to be able to do that. There we go. And can we get in a position where we're not going to hit other people? Here, let's move. Yeah, if they die, they're dead. They're gone. Now, there is like, it's a little bit like D&D where there's a death struggle. It's not really a death struggle, but you get reduced to 0 and you're considered dying. But you're still on your feet and you can get, if you move away, you can still move away. But if you take any more damage, you're permanently gone. Oh, I probably could have captured that person. Oh well. Doesn't matter. As long as nobody's dying. What's that? Oh, it's just a necklace. The trinket we can sell. Okay. All continue. All right, we have no prisoners, so might as well just, and I see that up there, but I don't care enough to go get it. It's an herb. Although I do see some wood over here. That could be worth getting. If we don't run out of carrying capacity. We're real close. All right, let's go back to town and collect our ill-gotten gains. Or actually, it was honorably gotten gains. Really. This is the way back to town, right? Yes. Our suspicion level is down to 2%, so that means we're on the up and up. 1%. We're practically not regarded as criminals at all. All right, let's go back in here. Let's collect our bounties. Got 380. That's pretty sweet. The rat infestation. I've seen guides say hold off on the rat infestation. And I didn't see that till after I accepted a quest to do a rat infestation, thinking it'd be like some week, like in Skyrim. They're like, oh, in the bay, there's rat. I heard rustling in the basement. No, these are like rat lairs that have swarms of giant rats. Yeah, I'm not ready for that yet. So we're not going to accept either one of these. New contracts will open up in the next 10 hours. So we're just not going to accept new contracts yet. Brad. Oh, Brad, the horse goes up? I don't... How does it help that the willpower goes up? Strength. It'd be nice if the strength increased the carry capacity. Boost the troops' morale in combat and increases critical hit. Why do I care if the horse has better critical hit? I'm gonna do strength on the off chance that it increases carry capacity. Well, the other thing with rats is the rat lairs are a little bit like a special, I don't know if you want to call it a mini game, but there are special resources in the rat lairs that you can only get to while you're in combat. There are these things that you can destroy during combat to get special resources that you can't get anywhere else. And then there's a bunch of rats, and then there's a giant, strong mother rat. And the combat ends when you kill the mother rat. But every turn that the mother rat lives, she summons an additional swarm of giant rats. So when you get stronger to where you can actually spend a few rounds fending off waves of giant rats without them overwhelming you, then you can have one character running around or a couple characters running around gathering these special resources. But if you go in, if I went in right now, first off, even if I just beeline straight for the mother rat, our team there'd be a party wipe before we could take it down. And then if we just attacked the swarm, we would not be able to get all the swarm taken care of before the next layer of swarm comes. So that's my experience Yeah, any one of us can take on some rats. But under the circumstances in which the mechanics of the rat lair, we're not anywhere close to being able to deal with that. What you need is a larger group so you can have certain people focusing on the resource, and then other people focusing on the rats. You need probably multiple brutes or multiple people. You need tanks, multiple people who can do AoE attacks, because you need multiple strong AoE attacks to keep the rat swarm population down. So yeah, we're completely ill-equipped to even approach that. And then once you've done the combat, the rat nest is gone. It never respawns. And there are only, I think they said there are 5 or 6 in the whole game, which means if you just get in there, and if we did manage to just eke by to kill the mother rat, just put all of our attentions just on surviving the combat, then we would lose then that rat nest would be gone. We'd never be able to access those that resource again. So they don't warn you about that before you go, but the people that are familiar with the game will warn you, like, don't go in there until you're ready, because each one of those rat nests represents your only limited opportunities to access the special resource that's only in the rat encounters. Let's see who we got now. We got still the same people. 2 archers now? I mean, granted, I will want an extra archer eventually, but oh shit. Do I want to just get another archer now? It's just archers do surprisingly little damage. It can be hard to get them in the position to do the attacks you need them to do. I feel like we need a spearman before we start getting secondary archers. We could really use a new person right now. Should we go for a second brute? These are difficult decisions. We will definitely want a second brute and a second archer eventually. That archer's got first aid. This archer's got run, which is actually a good skill. You don't get to choose their skills, but archers are useless when they get engaged. They can't use their bow, and having an ability that allows them to disengage is really helpful. What's Nikki's special ability? Aim. That's good too. That helps you. You can double your range and increase your accuracy, so that's a good skill. Oh, hold on. Ram to all units in the area. I think we get a second archer before we get a second brute. I think so. That's a tough decision though. All right. And let's repair. Yeah, maybe if I do some research, I'll figure out when horses, like why they have combat abilities when they're never in combat. Is there a button I can push to be like, oh, make horses combat enabled? I just don't see it. It's just like, yeah, Brad can do this rush that does 5 to 6 points of damage to the target. But like when? When does that happen? All right. So maybe what I'd like to do is make Joss tanky. In order to make Joss tanky, we need Joss to have a one-handed sword. Which we can... Is that the only one we can make? Okay, yes. And we have the ingredients to make it. So let's learn that. Let's make that. And there's a little mini game to get crits on, or to crit during. So like in mining, where if you can strike at the right time, you'll get a better yield. You can, if you strike the iron while it's hot, you can increase the quality of the sword. So that actually is significant if you fuck that up. Wait a minute. Okay, I thought it just said I didn't have enough wood. All right. All right. Yeah, let's do it. I know. Oh, I fucked up. Did we get at least any kind of... I got superior quality. Okay, that was close enough. I don't know if it... I think it maybe possibly could have been better. But that's still pretty good. So this is gonna... That does 10 to 12 damage. This does 7 damage. So this is... It won't cleave... But it's going to do a lot more damage. And I don't think we can... I don't think we've got this thing to make the shield yet. We need more wood and then we can make a shield. Let's make sure this guy doesn't... They didn't have wood before. I don't expect they'll have wood now, but let's just make sure. And let's buy a few more of these while we're at it. All right. I think it's time to buy a new horse, too. Oh, let's get rid of some of this stuff. This hammer we can get rid of. His old longsword we can get rid of. The necklace we can get rid of. Sapphires. Why couldn't we use the stolen iron ore first? That's what the camp box is useful for. You could stash it away so you don't end up like, oh, let's just use all the non-stolen iron first and just hoard to use the stolen iron. So in case we ever get frisked, they'll be like, hey, what you doing with these 3 stolen irons? It's like, son of a bitch. Joss, why didn't you use the stolen iron when you made that sword? Then you forged away the evidence. Horse fighting arena? I just saw that. All right, we're down to 2 days of food. Okay, let's get we should have some salt on hand for cooking. Although, should we wait until we've used our stolen salt first? Yeah, let's wait till we've used our stolen salt. And all right, let's go buy us a horse. All right, we liked this one, I think. Is it the same one? Willpower 15. Otherwise, they're all the same. Oh, this one's also got willpower 15. That one's got willpower 7. Are these horses like identical? I think we like the one in the middle. So let's talk to it. Hey there, buddy. Want to come home? We can adopt you for 180 gold. Let's do it. All right. So who should the horse be? It looks like maybe CPG is the only person that's been hanging out here that doesn't have a name. CPG, if you're still here, would you like to be Brad's pony companion? You guys can like flex your muscles together and make up stories about your grand combat experiences. Yeah, I think it makes, unless Chris is gonna be like, you son of a bitch, you made me a horse? Are you making fun of me? It's like, well, no, I thought you'd like it. I thought you'd appreciate it. Can we fit all that in there? Chris. Just spell it out. Chris plays games. Nope. CPG. There we go. The pony has been renamed CPG and the other companions approve. I don't know if there's a point where you try to rename something and the other companions do not approve. So I've been lucky so far. And now we talk to this guy since we bought a horse. He'll give us a horseshoe. Please accept these horseshoes. But for the eye's sake, use them on your new steed. All right, I'll put them on the new steed. CPG. Sorry, Brad. You're old hat. You're like old news. This guy says I have to use the horseshoes for the new horse. What? Yeah, it is like 2 in the morning where Brad is. But it's also 2 in the morning where Nick is. I'm sorry, it's 2 in the morning where CPG is. But I think CPG actually has to get up like at a 9 to 5 type of schedule, so. Let's see. There we go. So now we move 5% faster because CPG's wearing a horseshoe. Oh, you're also an insomniac. So does that mean you stay up late and you also don't sleep enough? Or you just can't get to sleep, but when you do, then you sleep like a fuck ton? You would have been new news if I'd increased your critical rate. And now I feel kind of bad because it seemed like when you leveled before, the game was trying to nudge me to increase your critical rate stat. So I didn't even notice that we got some good armor over here. Armor, what is Joss wearing? Armor +5. Has anyone else got shittier armor than +5? Madros is +5. Nick. And oh wait, who should Randris be? Who else has been in here tonight? Maybe I should have made CPG the archer. And then we make Matus Matus could be the other pony. There has not been a huge turnout. I could make the archer Ethan. Yeah, let's make the archer Ethan. Ethan. P. Ryandris has been renamed Ethan P, and the other companions approve. That's good. And let's see. I think maybe we make Ethan... Now the question is, do we make Ethan the apothecary and continue to juggle mining and cooking? Because we will be able to make our own... Yeah, you know what? I think we're going to do that. In fact, we never visited the alchemy station, so we never unlocked that. Oh, well, we could do that. We can only ever use it at the alchemy station, so we'll wait till that happens. So, and actually, it's 10:30 and I'm sleepy. This has been like a draining week for me. I actually called off sick on Monday, and I don't know. My wife thinks it's just allergies because we've both been feeling a little off this week. But I was like dizzy and sleepy, and I slept 16 hours on Monday, which like I never do. I never sleep like that. I operate off of like usually 7 hours of sleep a day, and that's about it. Sometimes I'll take like an hour nap or something in the afternoon if it's a day off, but 16 hours? Like literally I woke up, I had breakfast, I was up for a couple hours, I went back to sleep, slept all day, got up, had dinner, was up for a couple hours, went back to sleep, slept through the night. It's like shit. Oh yeah, what should we call this? Is a new save. We're gonna call this post patch YTG. What this new worst pony can do? All right. You get 9 to 10 hours when you have to go to work and 12 when you're off. Well, I also have learned to start measuring my sleep. Excuse me. I measure my sleep a little differently than I did before, because I used to measure it like, I go like, okay, I went to bed around 11 and I'm pretty sure I was asleep within a half hour. And then I got up at 7:30, and so I got 8 hours of sleep. But then I got my Fitbit. My Fitbit has ways that I don't know if it's 100% accurate all the time, because there are times I know I'm not sleeping and it says I'm sleeping. But it keeps track of like your movement and your heart rate and all this other stuff, so it'll tell you how much sleep it thinks you really got between tossing and turning and having my getting up once or twice a night to have my middle of the night pees. Usually I have to get up at least one time in the middle of the night to go pee. And so if I think I fell asleep at around 11 and woke up at 7, my Fitbit's like, yeah, you got 5.5 hours. What? But I went to bed at 11, I slept till 7. It's like Fitbit's like, nah, you didn't get no 8 hours of sleep. Because I always before thought I slept 8 hours a night. Like a doctor would be like, hey, how much do you sleep a night? I'd say 8 hours, pretty much consistently. And then I discovered like, oh, really? I've only been sleeping 6.5 hours a night. So I've become a little obsessed with like what my Fitbit tells me how much I slept. But yeah, certain things happen though. It's like if I stay up late, because I tend to wake up between 7:30 and 8 in the morning. And if I went to sleep like at 11, that's still when if I went to sleep right now, I'd probably wake up around 7:30 or 8. If I stay up till 2 in the morning, probably still get up around 7:30 or 8. My body's just like, it's time to get up. And I'd be like, I'm fucking tired. I didn't get enough sleep. My body's like, well, it's too bad. Shouldn't have stayed up so late, huh? And now you're just going to be awake and semi-functional in your brain. Now, go do complicated, stressful stuff. Bye. Have a nice day. The midnight Huels. Then the midnight 30 Huel evacuation. I very rarely have night Huel. Sort of my Huel routine is I have a Huel smoothie for breakfast. And then I'll have a savory Huel for lunch. Whether it's the Huel mac and cheese or a Huel curry or something like that. They have like Huel Mexican chili. There's a bunch of different flavors. I've been partial to there's like 3 or 4 different curry flavors. I like those. That's what I probably have the most. And then usually around 4 o'clock or so, I have my late afternoon break and I'll need a snack. That's when I'll eat like cashews or have some smaller, not meal, but eat something. And then for dinner, it's sort of like whatever. At that point, it's like, what are we cooking? Or I'll eat real food. But sometimes if I eat junk in the morning or afternoon, because sometimes like my wife will go out, she has to go to her job some days, and when she's out, she'll come home, she'll just hit a drive-through and bring something back home. And so sometimes on those days, I'll have like another Huel shake for dinner because I feel like something light and refreshing. Day Huel. Ah, fighter of the night, Huel. Always Sunny. I still watch Always Sunny almost every day. I've rewatched it so many times, it's ridiculous. And then I started watching. There's a guy, what's his name? Brandon watches. There's some dude, and his whole channel is him watching other shows and then reacting, like he's watching them for the first time and reacting and giving commentary. And he, over the past like 6 months, has been doing, one of the things he's been doing is Always Sunny in Philadelphia. And so I've watched a ton of videos of another person watching Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and I find that entertaining. Now I'm curious if I can remember who this guy is. Or not remember, if I can find him, because yeah, Brandon likes movies. Here, I don't think he needs my help. He's got 130 subscribers, but I'm gonna link him. And then while I'm at it, I'll re-link Nick, because Nick, seen by few, could use a little nudge. And even though CPG already put it in there, and all the same people who were there then are here now, fuck it, I'm gonna put it in there again. I don't know. Not you, Brad, because you're picky. You're picky. But maybe there's some other person that's just like historically speaking, for example, Evie has heard about stuff that I like watching, and then she goes and checks it out and ends up really liking it too. Whereas Brad, probably most of the things that I would recommend, Brad would be like, that sounds like garbage. I can't believe you watched that. And I'll be like, yeah, whatever. The heart wants what the heart wants, right? And sometimes that includes watching other people watch Always Sunny in Philadelphia, among other things. Yeah, I'm sleepy. I think we're oh, you're welcome, Nick. Again, I'm pretty sure everyone here already knows. I don't think I'm reaching a very broad advertising demographic at this point. I'm pretty sure the demographic is people who already know about Nick's channel. But still, if there's just some rando in here who's like, you know what? I've been hanging out with Nick for 6 years. And I've seen that link 5 times now. I keep forgetting to check it out. Now G-Law paste it again. Maybe now I'll just take a look. Well, Brad, you don't need to watch someone watch TV if that doesn't sound good to you. But don't do it. That's fine. And it's just explaining what the channel is out loud sounds unappealing. So I don't expect that the concept itself was appealing to a lot of people. I mean, it's appealing to a lot of people because the dude's got tons of people to watch him do it. But I don't know if you'd consider it like wide audience appeal. They watch TV and movie. They'll watch TV and movies. And not the whole movies. I think this guy, if you do his Patreon, he's got videos of like the full length show, the whole thing. But he'll edit together he'll watch it and he'll record himself while he's watching it. And then it'll show like clips that sort of summarize the movie or episode, and then whatever sort of reaction or commentary that he has to. If he's like what it makes him laugh or what surprises him and stuff. And so it's sort of like, this is a weird thing, and it's sort of like it's something that could only evolve on YouTube, right? Because there's lots of shows that do like post-show commentary. That's been a thing that's been around for a while. Reviews, post-show commentary. But you know what it is? Like, and I've noticed this in my real life, but I never articulated it as something that would be transferable to strangers, is if there's something that I really like and I show it to someone, like especially my wife, there's something I really like and I think is good and she hasn't seen it. I'll be like, you need to watch the show. I'll watch it with you. What? That guy? But no one expects the Spanish Inquisition. Our chief weapon is fear. Our chief weapon is surprise. Surprise and fear. 2 weapons. Surprise, fear, and a ruthless efficiency. 3 weapons. Surprise, fear, ruthless efficiency, and a fanatical devotion to... Amongst our weaponry are such diverse elements as... That guy with his $20. Thank you, that guy. Did you like my reenactment, fairly accurate reenactment of the Spanish Inquisition sketch? Thank you for the $20. I never expected it either. Coming in, slipping in right at the end with that $20 donation. Let's see, but yeah, so I noticed that I really like, if there's a show that I watch that I really like and I want to share it, and I'll be like, hey, you know, because there's certain shows my wife and I watch together and certain shows that we watch on our own. Like we have our own our me times and us times. And sometimes one of us will discover something in our own me times that we want to bring into us time and be like, hey, you should watch this show. And then sometimes it's like once we're up at the same point, then we can continue watching it together. But the fact is, it's like, I know that if I watch something that I really like, and then I get someone else to watch it, and I watch it with them, and for me, I'm watching it for a second time, I almost enjoy it more being with someone who's reacting to it fresh, while I'm reacting to it, especially with comedy, a lot of times comedy sinks in more the more you watch it. the like nuances of a performance, or there's some layer of comedy going on that you missed the first time. And Always Sunny is like one of those shows that's very layered. So anyways, I think that's what I've discovered, is that sort of joy in sharing something with someone else that I get when I'm watching it with them and they're reacting to it like naturally, like reacting to it for the first time. That same kind of feeling gets captured watching a stranger do the same thing on YouTube. So like if they're watching in real time something that's one of my favorite things, and I see them react, like having an authentic real-time reaction to it as they're watching it, I like that. So I think that's how it works, but it's like a weird psychological, I can look at it from a psychological point of view and be like, yeah, it's just some sort of weird human social thing that's misfiring. Like, because this dude doesn't fucking know me and I don't know him, and I shouldn't give a shit. It's not like I'm actually sharing anything with this guy. But when I'm watching it, well, it's just like anything you watch, movies or whatever else. None of that shit's real. They're all acting. It's all, well, unless it's a reality show, but most of all the fiction that we watch, it's all a bunch of people pretending. And it's all kind of absurd that if you think about it, that the reason we enjoy entertainment is because we've suspend disbelief and can somehow for 2 hours or for however long the show is, make our brains think we're connected or involved or experiencing somehow vicariously what that person's experiencing. And it's all fake. But we gauge it on how real it feels. How convincing was the ruse, right? So there's a lot about almost all of the stuff that we do that's entertaining, that we find entertaining, that if you take a step back and analyze it like rationally, it's like we're fucked up. It's like when you jangle a string in front of a cat or a laser pointer and you think the cat's a fucking idiot because it doesn't know that it's not a lizard or a mouse or whatever. But the cat's just got this thing that makes it react. You're like, stupid fucking cat. All right, let's watch Avengers. Oh shit, I love Avengers. Okay, let's go see Avengers. The cat's like, this fucking idiot's watching that screen. There's nothing going on there. Final fight guy. Hey, pause time. I know I like showing movies to people. I subjected Joss to Lost Skeletons of Cadabra. I don't think I've seen that. Was there riff tracks to that one? I want to say there was. So if so, it's possible I did see it and I just forgot. But yeah, so that's what I found. That's what I think watching this guy Brandon likes movies. Because Always Sunny is probably my favorite sitcom of all time. I've watched it over and over. I still think it's funny. I think it's funny I can't watch the same episode. I wouldn't sit there and watch the same episode over and over for 100 hours, but they've got 15 damn seasons. So it's like I keep just sort of cycling through them, and yeah, anyways. But I think I've discovered that kind of pleasure of sharing it with someone and seeing them react to it for the first time. Or at least my human social whatever dumbass weird instinctual wiring gets the same kind of satisfaction of watching a stranger do it on YouTube as I do if I'm sharing it with a friend. Oh, it's already a spoof. Okay. Yeah, a lot of those terrible movies, they're more fun with other people. And I think that's also why this is a parallel to what I was talking about. It's a similar thing. That's why stuff like Rift Tracks and Mystery Science Theater 3000 are successful, is because if you watch a terrible movie by yourself, you might find it amusing. But when it really becomes fun is when you're watching a terrible movie with someone else and you're kind of like riffing off each other about how bad the movie is. And then it brings it to a whole new level of activity that makes the experience better. And Rift Tracks / MSTK 3000 I think replicates that same experience, and they're really good at what they do too. So pretty philosophical, I guess it could be. I mean, well, it's I didn't make up the concept. I mean, in like the performance arts going back from ancient Greece, they call it like catharsis, in the sense of like tragedies and comedies. And the whole thing about tragedies is like you have a stress and an outlet, and it lets you experience. That was like, this is like 2,000-year-old critical theory, that the reason that we're drawn to like watching fake tragedies is because it tricks our social brains into putting ourselves in that stressful situation and overcoming it and releasing it, or experience, or whatever, purging that bad stress gets released by experiencing the fake version of it that's not actually happening to us, but we're still getting that same kind of like chemical release. Because in ancient Greece they wouldn't have been talking about chemicals, but the idea that art presents something fake, that something inside of us, some social part inside of us regards as real, and that it can have like beneficial or in some sense pleasurable effects, is, it's crazy if you think about stuff like, then it goes, think about watching horror movies. I love horror movies. That's like, of movies, that's what I seek out the most when I'm on my own. In my me time, I look for horror movies. And it's like, because I just like that, like, ooh, like being like, oh, what's going to happen, whatever. And you think about it, though, some horror movies, they're really dark. And what's happening is really unpleasant. And it's like, why do we have whole industries of people that just make up fake, terrible things so you can watch it and put yourself in the shoes. I mean, the part that makes it fun is like a roller coaster where it's not real. But it's still like, if you think about it, why does watching fake, terrible, horrifying things happening to other people a form of entertainment? Like, what is that? We're fucked up if you think about it. We got some weird social wiring that makes all this stuff click with us. And it's all like the cat chasing the laser pointer. We think it's such a dumbass. We're just doing it at a very more advanced, higher budget level. Elden Ring has managed to scare you. Well, Elden Ring doesn't frighten me in a horror sense, but it's definitely made me scared in a, oh my god, I'm gonna die sense. The Ring and Ring. Yeah, no, I'm a big fan. I tend to, I look at more different horror movies, and there's just like a morbid fascination that, like, and I'll seek out like real crime stuff on YouTube, and there's a certain fascination that comes with it. That's like, if you think about it, seems kind of fucked up. Like, why do we like watching stuff about real crime and like getting all like the details of how people were murdered and stuff? And it's not, I mean, I can say with all authenticity and honesty that I like that stuff, but I never in a million years thought about ever killing anyone. I don't watch it because I'm like, yeah, murder. It's more of a morbid fascination of like, I don't know what it is. If you're putting yourself in the situation, think, could I have gotten away or something like that? I don't know what it is, but it is that same thing. Was it Ring? Is it just called Ring? I thought it was Ringu. Or is that like the sequel to Ring in Japan? You love horror movies, but for horror games. You have to have some means on fighting back, or it's really hard for you. Right, so stuff like well, Alien Isolation gives you a little ability to fight back, like the flamethrower and stuff, but you can't kill the alien. And then you got games like Outlast, where you just can't harm the enemies at all. All you can do is run away and hide, and hope not to get caught. I actually, you know me, I actually like those kinds of games for that reason. But yeah, I'm always looking for like new horror movies to check out. I'm subscribed on Amazon Prime. I'm subscribed to like the sub channel Shudder, which is just like, well, they're starting to do Shudder originals. They've actually made a few decent movies that you can only see on Shudder. It's like a $5 a month extra channel you can subscribe to. So I've been watching a few Shudder originals lately. Ragu. Maybe I'm getting it confused with the pasta sauce. You're probably right, Brad. Your wife likes the true crime stuff. You can't do it. And like there are things on YouTube that to me are worse than any horror movie that I've ever seen, because there's stuff on YouTube that's real. And that's shocking enough, just not without the need for any kind of Hollywood enhancements, are shocking enough to be more disturbing and frightening than anything that could be concocted in Hollywood. And it doesn't always have to be like, let's see. It doesn't have to be like super gory, like that you see gore, but you might learn about gore. So like, I'll give an example of one that got me recently. This might be getting a little dark, but you know, it's late. No kids in here. What's that guy's name? I think his name is Ricardo Lopez. They call him the Bjorn. Is that the artist name? Bjorn? I can't remember how to pronounce her name. That like Scandinavian, Swedish, Danish. I forget where she's from. Sweden? That artist, the girl, real popular in the 90s. And she had a stalker named Ricardo Lopez in the 90s. And this guy was super obsessed with her, like was in love with her. And in 1996, he was always like following tabloids and all this other stuff to see where she was, what she was doing. Any place, any like thing she made, like a video awards show or anything she might be on, he obsessively watched to get any glimpse of her that he could. And in early 1996, he read a news story that she was dating a black guy. And this dude is racist as shit, this Ricardo dude. So he loses his shit. And it's like, he concludes the only appropriate reaction is to find a way to kill or punish Bjork for making that decision. And so, but the thing about that translates it to YouTube is this guy was like one of the earliest versions of a vlogger. When he decided he wanted to do this thing, he bought a video camera to use as a video diary. So in the months he was planning this way, he was going to try to send her like a bomb or something in the mail. And in the months leading up to doing that, he did a bunch of vlogs talking about how he was going to try to do it, what his plan was, and why he was doing it. Bjorn? Did I say Bjorn? I meant Bjork. Did I say Bjorn? I meant Bjork for sure. You guys knew what I meant. Bjork. Anyways, you guys ever heard of this guy? I never heard of him until about 6 months ago, and then I fell down a little rabbit hole because there are a couple sort of documentary type things that would assemble some of his clips together. And so basically the guy was also like suicidal. So his plan was he wanted to mail this sort of a trap to Bjork. And then once it was delivered, he was going to kill himself. And it gets down to like, and what he ends up doing is he couldn't do a bomb, so he made some book and he hollowed out the inside, and he got like super concentrated hydrochloric acid. And he made some device that when the book opened, it would spray the acid out. Very, very like a huge, strong burst all over the place. And then he wrote a letter pretending to be some like promoter that was trying to get her like involved in a book project. And so the idea was there'd be this letter asking her to get involved so that, and then if she went to look at the book, she'd open the book and this acid would either kill her or permanently disfigure her. And he kept stressing about like doing it and getting the letter just perfect. And he's doing this all, like you can see it all in these video diaries that he made. And then there's the last day and he's all nervous about taking it to the police station. He bought a gun and he's like, I'm just going to do it. But if anyone stops me, I'm going to kill myself in front of everybody. And I'm going to take out as many people as I can first. Just this weird shit. And then he goes and he delivers it to the post office. And then it's like, he just can't wait. Originally he was going to wait till she got it before he killed himself. But like, dude can't even wait. So he gets home and he's like, I'm going to do it today. And he films it. And you get to see like a person's like time leading right up until like all this crazy fucked up shit. And then the last hours of his life has literally, and they don't have it on YouTube where you actually see him shoot himself, but it's just like seeing that person's mentality lead right up to that moment where like he's talking and saying stuff right up until it's like, all right, time for the gun. And then they don't show it. But that's an example of something that's like, that's really, really disturbing to see. And to watch this guy do his vlogs and like just see the thought process and in some ways almost relate to the person just in terms of watching someone on a screen who's, you know, not relating in terms of sympathizing with his cause or what he's doing, but just being like, this is a human being, you know, who's just fucked up. But anyways, that was a long, weird divergence. But anyway, that's an example. That's the most recent thing that I discovered in the last few months that I saw that was like really disturbing in a way that all the resources and talent that goes into making a horror movie doesn't come close to replicating the kind of shit that you see in real life. That sometimes it's, you know, it's presented in YouTube or in this kind of format in a much more like, oh, this is like this feels so real, you know? It's like, this is not, you know, it's not fake. You tried it. Well, see, I also go to happy stuff too. I'm all over. I go all over the place. Like, you know, probably what I watch really more than anything else is like comedies and stuff. Yeah, the guys, I mean, this is 1996. So this is something happened a long time ago, way before YouTube. I only heard about it this year. And it's only because I've watched YouTube videos about true crime and shocking real stories and things like that. So this is, and not all of it's that demented that I watch. Most of it's more like, you know, so I mean, some of the murders are really weird, but they're more like stuff that would make mainstream news. And I guess this guy made mainstream news, but back in 96 when he made news, they wouldn't have been releasing like his video diaries to the public. That's something that just like, maybe that's what happened is public records or whatever, like all of a sudden that it could be that after a couple decades or something, the videos became released. And then that's why suddenly later he's getting more attention because now people are able to see these videos for the first time. I don't know. Well, not all the true crime stuff is that weird or is that like kind of screwed up to watch. that's like really dark. Like for me, stuff like suicide and especially like watching someone talking their way into it up until like doing it, that kind of shit is like, that's like sort of too much for me. Like I don't seek that stuff out because that's the kind of stuff that screws with my head more than I like it to actually see that stuff. Yeah, but a lot of the true crime stuff, like what I've really enjoyed also are interrogation videos. They have lots of these interview interrogation videos, hours and hours of them, where people will edit them and give like sort of analysis of what's happening during the stuff. And some of it's just fascinating. And it's not always a successful crime. Like one of the most, well, there's like Jodi Arias. If you guys remember her from, I don't know, 10 years ago or whatever. She made big news and she was everywhere. And then also, what was the little Kaylee, the girl in Florida that went missing, and it's all the evidence points to her mom doing it. Casey Anthony. Watching interviews of people like that, where it's like, yeah, knowing everything that we know, it's like it's fairly certain these people did this. And just seeing them lie and seeing them, I don't know, it's fascinating watching those people in those positions doing that way. Like being interviewed and the weird little tactics that they pull and stuff. Crime procedurals, Castle Bone. It's the thing, I've never been interested in crime dramas. That's the thing that's funny. My wife loves all that stuff. And she watched that stuff forever, and I've never really been able to get into it. But if you sit down and show me raw footage of a murderer being interviewed for 90 minutes with occasional commentary and analysis about what's happening during that, I'm all over that. One that was really interesting was there was a woman who hired a hitman. Something Dippolito I think Dippolito was her last name. She hired a hitman to kill her husband, but she didn't know that the hitman was an undercover cop. So they have her in this guy's car on camera, recording her, giving the guy the money and telling him like when and how to go to her house, like when he'll be there. I'll make sure to be at the gym. You go at this time, you get in, you'll be able to kill him, get in, out, and whatever. And the undercover cop's like, you know, once we leave today, there's no one doing it. Are you sure you want to do this? And she's like, I'm 1,000% sure. She's saying, I want you to kill him. It's like, okay, it's all recorded. And so then what happened was they kind of they messed with her. They set a trap. Like, so the day that it was supposed to happen, they set up, she went to the gym and he was supposed to be getting murdered. And the police set up like crime tape and everything all around their house. And they call her at the gym and they're like, you need to come home immediately. Something terrible has happened. And so she gets there and she puts on this whole show. Oh my God, what's happened? I need to see my husband. What's happened to my husband? What happened to my husband? And she's like freaking out. They're basically letting her believe that he's been murdered. And they're like, we can't let you see him. We can't let you see him. We need to take you to the station and ask you some questions. And it's really interesting watching how she's maneuvering this whole thing during the interrogation, because the cops all know she fucking did it, right? 100%, but they want her to confess. So they progressively first act like, oh, what could have happened? Blah, 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 blah. And then at a certain point, they're like, all right, time to drop the bullshit. They're like, they bring in the hitman at a certain point, and they're like, yeah, meet Officer Jones. and she then spends like the next hour still trying to deny that she did it. And it's like, it's fascinating watching someone still trying to lie their way out of it. And then she wants to talk to the husband, her husband that she tried to have killed. And she's trying to convince him. And at this point, he's seen the recording of her telling the hitman, I'm 1000% sure that I want you to kill him, kill my husband. And when she gets on the phone with him, he's just like, look, I don't know what you think you're going to tell me at this point. I saw the recording and I heard what you said. And she's like, I know what you saw. I saw what you saw and I heard what you heard, but it's not true. And he's like, what's not true about it? And she's like, look, if you just come meet me in person, I could explain everything. And he's like, no, I'm not meeting you in person. But the fact is that like there's people that think they can just keep lying and lying and lying. And somehow, no matter how bad what they did is, or how like they're recorded doing the crime, and they're just going to be like, no, it's whatever you saw is not true. It's not true. It's not true. It's a misunderstanding. I think I wanted to recall, I think there may have been some insurance involved. I think at first, basically she wanted to get everything. And there's like a house and assets, and she wanted to have everything. And so what she tried to do at first, before she hired the hit, is she tried, because I guess this guy had kind of a shady past, like a decade before they met, and he'd done some time before. And he'd been associated with some shady people. And so she was trying to get him arrested. Like I think she tried to plant drugs on him and then call in an anonymous tip to try to get him arrested. And each time it happened, the cops were like, yeah, something doesn't seem right here. So he wouldn't get arrested. And they pieced together later that like, oh, it's her. She did all this. She did all this stuff. But at first she did stuff. I think the big thing she did was she somehow convinced him to sign the house over to her name alone. And then she thought, like some friend of her who thought they knew law told her that if they could make him go to jail, then, and the house was in his name or in her name, that she could divorce him and get everything. And then she found out later that none of that shit was going to work. And once she found out that all these little tricks weren't going to make everything belong to her, she decided to kill him instead. And I think that the difference was divorce versus murder is if you divorce, you don't get everything. But if your spouse is killed by some weirdo criminal that he used to associate with back in the day, then the spouse automatically gets everything. You know, by operation of will, because I don't think he had any kids or anything either. I can't remember, but yeah, the spouse gets a lot more when someone dies than when they divorce. And probably also she took out insurance. That happens a lot. That's like a common theme in these videos. There's this one guy he's even got this little like montage he put together about anytime it, like just coincidentally 2 weeks before the murder attempt, they took out, he does this music, and there's like, he'll do like him dancing and like weird clips of silly shit, and then it'll be like show money signs and be like, it's your life insurance. You know what? I think I saw the whole 9 yards when it came out in the late 90s. I might even still work at the video store when that came out. It was one of those movies that I saw, and not to say it was a necessarily bad movie. Maybe I was tired that day or whatever. I saw and almost immediately forgot. I saw it. I didn't think it was that great. Immediately forgot. Like, if you'd asked me 6 months later what that movie was about, I couldn't have told you very much. And if you asked me like 25 years later, I have no idea what it was about. Maybe it could be one if I revisit it now, I like it better because I was just in a bad mood when it came out. But there are several movies that over the course of my life that I've seen. I don't think they're terrible, but they're completely non-memorable and not good enough that I ever plan on watching them again. And that fell into that category. Yeah, it was a Bruce Willis movie. Hey, how you doing, Lord Chaos? Maybe early 00s. For some reason, I thought it was in the late 90s when I was still working at the video store. Now I gotta check. I'm gonna guess 97. Oh, it was 2000. So I guess I wasn't working at the video store anymore. Yeah, it's kind of weird because, you know, which movies stick and which ones don't. I can't think offhand, but I know there are probably movies that I came away with over, 20, 30 years ago that were kind of garbage movies that for some reason stuck and I remember them and I regard them fondly. But I know, especially, I worked at a video store for a long time and I saw a lot of movies. I worked there for like 10 years. I can't remember most of them. And the ones that do stand out are ones that, like I'm just thinking like Shawshank Redemption, Edward Scissorhands. I'm trying to remember all the movies that while I was working at the video store, I could think of a bunch of movies that I can still think of. If I thought about it, I could probably come up with about 50. But there are also a lot of movies that I watched that were kind of like, and my brain was like, no, we don't need to clear any space to store that long term. We'll just put that. We'll just be like, we'll file that under, And I think Whole 9 Yards was filed under, and no room, no storage allocated for specifics. Dog was a funny movie. Hey Keith, how you doing, man? I do not recall Dog. Although I'm having a vague recollection now that you mention it. That old? I want to say now it's a movie we had back when I was in the video store days, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I've forgotten way more movies than I remember. Okay, then I don't know what it is. I think I'm thinking a movie called A Boy and His Dog. That's been around for a while. And it's not a sweet tale. I don't remember what it's about, except that it was like a weird movie. It's like a post-apocalypse or nuclear holocaust or something. I don't remember anything about it aside from it was not like Old Yeller or Lassie or some shit like that. All right, well, I did say I was gonna get out of here like an hour ago, and I'm still here. I got talking about shit. It all started when I brought up Brandon Likes Movies. The guy who I watch as he watches Always Sunny in Philadelphia. And I've spent more hours than I care to admit watching this guy watch other things. What else have I been watching lately? I also like watching videos that do weird lore deep dives into stuff like Lord of the Rings. There's all sorts of videos that go into like weird stuff. The one I watched earlier was by a guy named In Deep Geek, and it was why was Aragorn in Bree? And it's a whole story of like when Frodo and Sam, the hobbits, got to Bree. Why was Strider already waiting in the end of the Prancing Pony? And then stuff like why wasn't Aragorn, if Aragorn was supposed to be the king of Gondor, why hadn't he been for 1,000 years? Why hadn't his line not been for 1,000 years? What caused that? And then it got into like the history of the lineages that ruled the various areas of the Old Kingdom and stuff like that. And it's like, oh, it's pretty fascinating. It's funny because none of that stuff is real, but when they talk about it, it feels like real history. When they talk about all like the lineages of the kings and who ruled what and what happened to this line and that line of kings and geopolitics, you'd expect to see how Faerun map is laid out. Is Faerun laid out in a way that would reflect any kind of real geopolitical scheme? Because I don't have high hopes that that the world of Forgotten Realms would stand up to like a true geopolitical scrutiny. No, maybe it would. Oh, you're finishing a new PC setup and you're stress AF. Oh, I hear you. I hear you, Keith. Like, I built my one computer myself from parts almost 10 years ago. It's 2013. And it was really rewarding. I'm glad I did it. It might have been the best PC I've ever owned. Like, the one I have now is obviously more powerful because it's got higher end, newer equipment. But that one, like, it was quiet. Well, no, it eventually was quiet because I kept tweaking it. I had a loud video card for the first couple of years. And I remember that when I first started streaming, I had the loud video card. And I had to use special filters so that the sound filters so that the loud video card would not be competing with me while I was talking in the microphone. All the good old days. But when I was building that PC, it was stressful. I did it for my birthday, and I spent a whole weekend building it. And every single thing I did. First, I was like, if any of these parts don't work, I don't have the know-how to figure out what the problem is. And then I'm just like, I'm fucked. And then as I was doing things, like the thing that was the most stressful was seating the CPU into the socket in the motherboard. Because you have to apply, at least then, I don't know if they've improved things, but you had to apply a good deal of force, which I later, or eventually through the process, found out was normal. But I was pushing it so hard, the motherboard was creaking and making like cracking sounds. And I was like, oh my God, I'm fucking up my computer. And then I did certain dumbass shit. Like, I think with my power supply, I was trying to figure out how to screw it in. And I actually unscrewed something in my power supply casing. And then it started falling apart. And I was able to put it back together. And then it worked fine for like 2 years. I think I did eventually have to replace it after 2 or 3 years. But yeah, there were so many points during the assembly of my PC where I was afraid I just screwed everything up and I would have no idea how to fix it. Oh, they're easy to socket now because they don't have pins. Okay. You know what? I'm trying to remember. I think that computer did have an AMD chip. Now I can't remember. I'll have to look at my old videos. I have it on there. I think, and I can't remember. It might have been an i5. Intel chip. I can't remember now though. I know I was very stressed. Well, and the first thing that happened when I actually put everything together, a sound came out of the case that sounded like a plane engine going down. Like, and I was like, oh my God, I turned it off and I was freaking out. And then I realized that one of the PC or the CPU, some cable, little cable, I think for the CPU or near the CPU, was touching where the CPU fan spun. And all I had to do was like move the cable out of the way. And all of a sudden the computer ran like perfectly and quiet. But when it first happened, that was the first time I powered up that PC and it made that noise. And I was like, oh my God, that sounds something is very, very wrong. Bending a pin on a motherboard is more difficult. Shit. Well, see, when I started pushing the thing into the motherboard and started creaking, I stopped. And this happened several times while I was building. If someone knew what they were doing, they probably could have that PC put together within 45 minutes. Me, it took 13 hours because every step that I took, I would look stuff up online. I would end up watching like a half hour of YouTube videos about other people showing you how to build stuff and giving you tips on how to build stuff. And slowly but surely, I would be coaxed into whatever step I was in that I wasn't sure about. Something would reassure me that, and what I found was, at least from the sources I looked at, it was normal to have to apply force to get the CPU in socket, and it was normal to have to apply enough force for the motherboard to creak. And so once I got past that and was just like, okay, I'm just going to do it. And then it was like, pop, it went in, everything worked fine. It's no problem. The computer worked fine. So I'm trying to remember if I did ever have to replace the power supply. I did eventually replace the graphics card. But that thing always ran hot. It was an AMD card. It always ran hot. It was always super loud. It performed decently. But I think I always felt like that card was gonna fail eventually. Because it was like, I forget what card it was, but it was cheap for what it was and ran really hot. So, and eventually when my computer started screwing up, when I replaced the graphics card, all of a sudden everything was fine again. So I had my suspicions. But I may have also, I think during that time, I probably replaced both. I think I replaced both the power supply and the graphics card. I think I started with the power supply because power supply is a lot cheaper to replace than a graphics card. And then my PC still messed up. Was still having the same problems. So then I replaced the GPU and then everything was fine. After that, pretty much, that's the PC that from 2016 until I got my new PC, I think in 2019, 2020. Can't remember now. But yeah. And all told, that PC went from 2013 to almost 2020. So that's sure was a shit ton longer than any PC I ever bought in a store. The PCs that I got in stores tended to have like maybe a 3 to 4 year lifespan before they would start crapping out in some sort of catastrophic way. Of course, they were also, I think, well, I was going to say cheaper all told, but no, I don't think so. Because I'd look for like a Dell or an HP or whatever that had a decent graphics card or a decent GPU, a decent CPU and RAM, and then I would upgrade the power supply and put in a graphics card. I think the first time I did it, I didn't even know that you needed to upgrade the power supply, so I immediately ran into like a bunch of bullshit problems. The PC shutting down, doing all sorts of weird things. So it was a learning experience for sure. But I think that first one that I built was it was maybe a little more expensive, but it wasn't that much different from what I used to do. I get like, oh, I'm gonna get the cheap HP computer and then buy some extra stuff to put into it. And I think after I was done doctoring those things up, it wasn't that much cheaper than when I built like good parts and where everything was good. And then this last one I did was a company where you could custom assemble just about everything down to, everything and just have them build it. Cause I was like, well, and it actually, I was comparing to me building it from parts myself to them doing it. And I think it was like $100 difference. So it was just like, screw that. At this point, also because I was also working my current job, so I had a little more money than I used to. So I was like, fuck it. I'm just going to have, it's worth it for me to not spend 13 hours white knuckled and stressed on my birthday to have some other company that knows what the F they're doing just put it together for me. Well, yeah, theoretically they should know what they're doing. There were a couple little screwy things in there that I feel were a little bit like particularly the case that I have is got all sorts of open areas and spaces for fans. And I paid for extra fans, and I think the places where these people found to put the fans, the extra fans that I paid for, were like weird places that, I don't know. They're like behind things and in weird places where it's like, why would you put the fan there? And not someplace that's going to help move air in and out of the major, like, open areas. Anyways. I can't really describe it, but I know that they made some, what I regard to be possibly miscalculations with regard to where the best place to put the fans that I'd asked. I specified a number of fans, but I didn't know, you didn't specify where they're supposed to go. And it feels like they had a lot of options of where they could have gone. They chose the wrong options. Land cool to mesh performance. That's your case. Okay. Yeah. I've got like I don't know if mesh is the right word, but the whole top is like a mesh screen. But the airflow in there just wasn't working. So it's like there were places where heat was pooling up. And so I know this isn't ideal, but at least here, it probably wouldn't have worked in LA, but at least here it works because there's not as much dust and it's cooler here generally. Because I've just taken the side panel off for the past year. And I know that can be a problem. And if the fans are installed correctly for the airflow, then you want to keep the case closed because they're configured to work with the structure of the case to make sure air's getting where it needs to be getting. But if the fans aren't blowing in the right places, where there's like pockets of heat forming where they shouldn't be forming, I'm like, okay, no. You're quite sure links are blocked. Yeah, I don't allow links in here. I guess I can look at it. I'm at a point now where I'm tired enough that I'm not having a high degree of curiosity to look stuff up, but I will. Okay. Looks very cool. Lots of fans and spinny things and glass side. I've got glass side on mine too. I'm trying to remember, do I have a picture of mine that I ever took? I don't want to take it now because it's under my desk and it just looks crappy. That's another thing when I rearranged my office. I moved I used to have it on top of my desk, which is better for it, but I'm trying to remember if I ever took a damn picture of my computer. I can't believe that I wouldn't have, but it's starting to look like I didn't. Oh well. The case I got was, that's the thing, is I can't look at it and go, oh, it's this case. And it's been a couple of years already. But I know when I was doing the research that it was kind of a pricey case. I want to say it was like a $200 case that was on like a deep sale for closer to 120. And so I just like, fuck it. And then it had all these great reviews about the airflow was supposed to be fantastic on this case, which is one of the reasons why I got it, because it has all of these places for, especially like oversized fans to be installed on the bottom and the top. and those were never installed. And I never had felt the initiative to go monkey with that and buy extra oversized fans and crash course myself on like how to install the fans, make them work and all that shit. I haven't, since I got this computer, been interested or motivated enough to do that. So I'm like, it works. I haven't been having any problems with it. Sometimes things get a little hotter in there than I like, but then I took the side off and that hasn't been a problem. So it's not optimal, but it's worked. It does everything I want it to do. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time screwing with it. Lian Lee 011 Dynamic? I have no idea what that means, but I don't think that's what my case is called. If you listed all the cases that were ever made and you came to the one that's my case, I might remember it. There's about a 50% chance that if I saw the name, I'd remember it. Or at the very least, I wouldn't be sure that that wasn't it. But whatever you just typed right there, if that's the name of a case, Lian Lee 011 Dynamic, I am 99% certain that's not my case. Because I've never seen that configuration of letters and numbers before. Oh, okay. I'm trying to think, did I ever write it down somewhere? I think I had it. Sort of random place where I have put that information. Because the thing is, I would have had it on my old computer. All that information about the build, because I was using my old computer to plan all that shit. And this problem is like, well, was that... Oh, wait, hold on. Was this it? Oh, I think I found it. I think I found the spec sheet, the order sheet. I can find the damn case I chose. All right. Can I paste this in here? Is it really big these days? Now I've got to see if maybe there was a shit case and I just got taken for a ride. Didn't know it. Well, they'll be like, oh yeah, that case is... No, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing this case going for upwards of $300. Yeah. So I have a good case, I think. Well, I guess expensive doesn't always mean better, but... Let me see. What else have I got in here while I'm thinking about it? Got this. All I know is i9 9900 KF sounds impressive. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything else on there that's... Yeah, this case is like... feels like a Sherman tank. It's like super... It feels like it's a super good quality build. I'm pretty sure the only issues with it are that they have all these really... They have some really great options for fan placement that the people who assembled my PC did not take advantage of. Or maybe I just didn't order the right kind of fans. Like, I didn't have an option to order the right size of fans that would have worked in that case. So just like, they're like, what do we do with these extra fans? gotta just find some places to fucking plug them in, because we can't place them where they go optimally because they're the wrong size. Well, I didn't pay $300 for it. I'm pretty sure I found the case through some promotion was closer to 100. But if you wanted to buy my case right now, it'd be like 270. So you think the case is actually causing the high temperatures? Do you think it's because the fans are not optimally placed, or that it's a poorly ventilated case designed to begin with? Because I'm not an expert on this sort of thing. It looks to me like it should be able to breathe like shit if you had fans in the right places. That would be the best ventilated case I've ever had. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like I said, I don't have any doubt that there are airflow issues with the case as configured. But my suspicion is it's not the case's fault. It's the type and placement of the fans that have been installed are not working with the case. Well, even the case I had before wasn't that expensive, and it had a really good airflow. It wasn't nearly as fancy looking on my old PC. But, I mean, the graphics card that I originally got itself ran hot. But that case ran cool. Aside from the video card, especially once I upgraded, that case, like, you couldn't even hear it. When it was turned on, you couldn't even hear it. It was cool and quiet. It was nice. That was 10 years ago, so I can't remember what the case was. Yeah, I'm still here to get some sleep. Well, it's one problem too is since I moved it to the ground, because the whole bottom is open to take things through the bottom. Like the whole bottom is situated to have like these sort of oversized giant fans installed, which aren't there. And then the whole top is mesh, and there are places along the top to mount like these oversized fans, and those aren't there. So I think there's like a fan in the back installed, like a standard fan in the back, and then there's like fans installed in the front, but they're like between the front wall of the case and like the hard drives and shit. Like I don't know what they think they're blowing back there, but they're there. It's like, okay, there was a place to mount a fan, so they did. So, yeah, but again, I think what it boils down to is it's worked, and in this case, and for me at least, removing the side panel made the temperature problem stop. And my general experience is I throw pretty much anything I want at this thing, and it will run it. If it won't overheat, and if it doesn't run a thing well, it's usually because the game itself is poorly optimized rather than like that my PC can't handle it. So I've been very happy with it so far. With the exception of, I think it was particularly when I was playing Valheim. Valheim surprisingly that's when Valheim cranked up the temps on my GPU to the point where I was like concerned about it. So, or was it the CPU? I can't remember. I know temperatures were that's when I first noticed problems, and they were never like failure level temperatures, but they're definitely not like good. Like you're not supposed to be running at temperatures that high. I can't remember how high they were getting, but I know I was used to a certain low cool temperature range, and this was sort of pushing that number where it's like, yeah, technically they're designed to be able to function at those temperatures, but they're not supposed to be at those temperatures. Anyways, it's almost midnight. I stayed for another hour, an hour and a half longer than I was expecting to. All right, you know what that means, right, guys? And I haven't even started talking about D&D yet, but no. That's what I still have to get prepped for our session on Saturday. I haven't had time to. Well, I have already reviewed the entire adventure, so it's not like I need to do a ton of prep. But what I'm hoping is this time, like from room to room, I won't be figuring out the fine details of what's supposed to be happening. Like every time you guys take a few steps. And it seems like last time I spent more time than I would have liked just figuring out details of like the places where you guys were, because I hadn't done like a close read of the places you were going to go that I knew you were going to probably go that session. I should have re-reviewed those closer. And that's what I want to do for our session now. I want to make sure that you guys are in these caves right now. I want to make sure that I'm fully educated in all the shit in the caves, exactly where they are, how they're going to behave, how they'll react to different things, what they're likely to do, and so on. Maybe I'll have the ghost of Ursa's father show up in the cave. Be some tie-in, some weird and forced character background element. Be one of the monks from Joss's monastery is being held captive or something. 36 minutes of gameplay, not for a while. Although I did play a lot of game back when I was playing game. I felt like this was a game that I was more absorbed into than a lot of games that I play. It was also one of those games where, like, as I was playing it, chat slowed down a lot. And so I just kind of focused on the game, except for an occasional comment about Brad wishing things were different with his horse, that his horse could be more combat oriented, or that his horse could eat sandstone. You know, the usual. All right, guys. Well, now that Matus is here, it's definitely time to end the stream. You're more than happy to just smash some goblins. They deserve it. Well, maybe they're just trying to just do the best they can in this crazy world, Nick. You ever think of that? Maybe they don't want to ambush people, but the realities of life leave them no choice. And all they need is someone to show them just a little bit of sympathy. You ever think of that, Nick? Maybe the goblins just need a little bit of sympathy. Think about that before you bash any more heads on Saturday, okay? One last thing. Google your case model with Gamers Nexus. Read a review of your case. All right. I might do that again. Now, I did that at the point... Well, not Gamers Nexus specifically. No, I don't think I did. But I read several reviews when I was deciding whether or not to get the case. I just don't remember where they were. The best they can. If the best they can involves shooting you, you don't care about their backstory. Their future story will be a red stain. Do you think I accomplished a lot? I mean, I guess compared to historical streams, many streams at any rate, I think I did. I got a good deal of gameplay in today. Yeah. Did quests, killed bandits, engaged in commerce, crafting, all sorts of stuff. It was a well-rounded, still slow-paced, but well-rounded stream. All right. This is what's going to happen now, though. That's right. All of a sudden, just like that. Just like that. Go to sleep. And good night. Your eyes are getting so heavy. Go to sleep now. Brad Pritchard, Nick C, or Chaos, EV23, Matus, Joss and I, go to sleep. I'll be waiting for you in your dreams. Keith. Did I forget anyone? I feel terrible if I did. I said Matus, right? Oh, Evie's already gone real tired. All right, go to sleep. I'll be watching over you guys. Be waiting.